React India. React.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one.
With visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes. We're now blessed to the next.
With 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
What many brands are facing right now, it's more than a struggle. It's reached a critical point. They're battling a brand relevancy crisis. And it comes as no real surprise. I mean, look what they're up against in today's market. How can I stay relevant, stay differentiated while trying to cut through all of the market noise?
Look, it's a battleground, and digital experiences are now the competitive frontline. Competing today looks nothing like the past. Consumers' expectations and appetite for digital experiences are higher than ever, on more channels than ever.
Customers need to feel engaged, involved, and connected to brands through their experiences. And if you don't, there's plenty of others waiting for a shot.
You need to stay in lockstep with customers, with experiences that make connections, that make you stand out.
Or else, you're not. And where does that leave your brand?
Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more. Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
with strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one.
With visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures,
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes. We're now blessed to the next.
With 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
where people always come first.
For it is home.
What many brands are facing right now, it's more than a struggle. It's reached a critical point. They're battling a brand relevancy crisis. And it comes as no real surprise. I mean, look what they're up against in today's market. How can I stay relevant, stay differentiated while trying to cut through all of the market noise?
Look, it's a battleground, and digital experiences are now the competitive frontline. Competing today looks nothing like the past. Consumers' expectations and appetite for digital experiences are higher than ever, on more channels than ever.
Customers need to feel engaged, involved, and connected to brands through their experiences. And if you don't, there's plenty of others waiting for a shot.
You need to stay in lockstep with customers, with experiences that make connections, that make you stand out.
Or else, you're not. And where does that leave your brand?
React India. React India.
Hello, good morning Goa. Let me try this one more time. Good morning. I know we're a small number of people in the room here, but I see here there's a lot of people outside now trying to get in because of the rains may be delayed. First of all, a very warm welcome to all of you who made it on time. Thanks. I'm sure you're looking forward to 3 full days of learning, upskilling, and as well networking, and a lot of fun. I hear the after party here was really cool last year. So hoping we all learn as well as have a lot of fun together. Let me quickly introduce myself and the first workshop for the day. I'm Giriraj. I have the responsibility of running the solution architecture team for Affinity. Affinity is a digital identity company which helps developers really build more portable, trusted relationship with the consumers. And in this current age, I think this is much more important. Like, is there anyone here who would say that I would trust an online application with my data easily? No, right? I think we have become much more aware that our data is very important. And in the way internet evolved, we became the product. For everyone, we are the product, we are the data that they use to then provide services back to us. It's not bad, like in many times we get value from this in exchange, but I think the world has evolved where we are leaving more digital footprint across different applications, and that leads to a lot of risk for us as well as businesses. We'll be talking about that today, that how the new technologies have matured to help you as developers and we as developers build applications which are much more safer for both users and developers. So if you imagine how do we exchange information today in physical world, like a lot of you would have entered this premises today and you would have had to prove maybe some way that you are a legitimate event participant. You might have had to show a foundational identity like driving license or something to prove who you really are. And that process is a little bit still cumbersome. Like, it's not very smooth, I would say, to just prove the simple things in life, like who you are and you are entitled to enter this event. And now imagine if you have to do more of these things as a partner ecosystem. For example, if let's say you are a popular restaurant or a pub in Goa who wants to give special discounts to people who are attending React conference, some specific sessions here. Now, they cannot easily implement a verification process of how to confirm that and establish trust with you that you are a real participant at this event. These are the kind of challenges we're facing in, day out, in interacting with digital applications. Imagine like you get a phone call from a financial consultant trying to sell you investment options. How do you really know in that channel that the other person is really who they say they are and they're authorized by their business company to have that data engagement with you? I think these are the challenges that now we see W3C as a community, DIF, OpenID foundations have come together to build more open standards around how that information exchange should happen over cryptographic digital proofs. What does that mean? Can we have facts about us issued to you as a digital document that you carry like any other physical document in your file or folder or wallet? And then, depending on the context, you can easily pick the parts of that document that are relevant for that context and share with a relying party. And all that, not very complex, almost one-click operation where you use your gesture like a biometric face or a finger biometric to unlock your vault, give your consent to share this data with a relying party. In India, a lot of us are already used to like UPI for money. That's a value exchange where you scan a QR code, you get a request for money, you have a wallet where you get this consent request, you authorize that transaction, and then the money moves from your wallet to the relying party, in that case, to complete the transaction. Imagine if you as developers, if we as developers can build these kind of applications for data. Is that possible today? I think it is very much possible. The technologies are matured to allow the developers like us to do that. And in the next 90 minutes today, you'll be actually building an application with these technologies. You'll see how the open standards make it gives developers a lot of flexible options of tooling in the infrastructure, right? Imagine being in the early days of when HTTP was launched or SMTP was launched. You were not logged into a particular browser. You were just empowered as developers to see how to communicate if a server has document and if a client wants to access that document. Now, change that paradigm to user having their own personal safe confidential data storage as an API, and that you can, as a developer, build relying applications to invoke that API and say, hey, user, I need this data from you for this context. And user gets a consent authorization screen always to say yes, whether or not I want to share this data and how much data I want to share with this application. And with their consent, you get a data, and all this in a standardized format. It doesn't matter what was the server in that case used by the safe confidential storage used by the user or the technology used by you, as long as the protocol is same, like HTTP. So you'll see it sounds a lot of new information, but we have built the workshop in a way that even if you've never heard about digital identity, decentralized identity, verifiable credentials, which is the format, which is the cryptographic attested format, we'll go into some details there, you still will be able to follow within 90 minutes and build this application. So you'll start from scratch. We're building with React, so we use Next.js application as a framework to just bootstrap the application and do it faster. But whatever you learn here is technology agnostic, platform agnostic, tool agnostic, even to some extent agnostic of affinity tooling. Affinity tooling just helps you get productivity gains, helps you get started faster. But if you really, I think if I can leave you with one takeaway, you just focus on the protocols. If you understand the protocols, I think you can pick the right tools and choices, and hopefully you'll do Affinity, because we're definitely investing a lot in making sure the developer experience is great, as well as the consumer experience of the digital identity wallet. So please lean in. I know there are a lot of you also joining online, so hello to everyone. And we will have our team tracking the chat. So if you have any questions during the workshop, please put it in there. So without further ado, just let me share the team who is here. Along with me, lead solution architect Rajesh and Parmesh, who have built this workshop diligently for you. We're launching this workshop at React, so give them a big round of applause. And big round of applause to you to learn something new. Thanks for taking time to do this. I know there may be a few questions around what's the Wi-Fi. If you haven't got the Wi-Fi from the organizing team here at the reception, if you missed it, or if you need something, I think best is to use your hotspot. But if you need support, just raise your hand and find one of the organizers or us in the hall here so that we can see what we can do. You'll need Wi-Fi access. You'll need admin access on your machine to follow through the instructions. Some prerequisites, if you're registered for the workshop, it should have been sent already. But just at a very high level, you need Node, Git, and you'll need to configure Affinity CLI, and we'll go through all the steps. So don't worry if you have not completed the prerequisites, but at least make sure you have admin access and you have Node.js version greater than 18 installed. So the next few minutes, Rajesh will walk you through high-level concepts of why we need digital identity, and what are these technologies in a very fluid 101 level, so that we all can come on the same page, understand. Anybody here who in the room who has heard about decentralized identity or verifiable credentials before? Okay, I see a couple of hands in the back. So yeah, so help us learn from each other as well. If you see something that you want to contribute, I would say it will be a rapid fire, but it will be still something you can follow along for the workshop. And then if you do a good job, I'm sure we'll leave you with more questions than answers. So come find, we are here for the next 2 days at the booth. So come find us, talk to us anytime you want. We will love to just chat about these new technologies. And more importantly, what value you can create with this tech. And then what we've done for this workshop is now not only look at the tech only, because we can easily pick up the protocol and say, here's how the protocol works, here is the tooling, and here's a sample app that shows how the tooling works. But we thought of taking a real world use case, which is the event ticket management scenario. So how if we have registered for an event, they need to issue you a ticket. If we issue the ticket as verifiable credential, then what would that lines of code look like for you to issue the ticket as VC, and then for a relying party to confirm the verification, what would be the handshake look like? I think you'll look at those, you'll learn those tools and concepts in the next few minutes here. And then Parmesh will guide us through actually step by step, following through each line of code with you, so that you can watch and learn, as well as if you are able to follow along and do it together. So it will be great for you to do and try these things within 90 minutes. So let me invite Rajesh. Any quick questions from the room before we invite Rajesh and take it through? Everybody's got set up? What they need? Okay. I'm getting a few nods. So, but if you need anything, just find one of us or the organization. So Rajesh, take us over why we need a new way to access user data.
Thank you, Giri, and good morning to everyone. So customer data is more valuable than ever, and we are using all the applications in the world as of now. There are countless applications where we use for our day-to-day life. We use, for food preferences, for food, everything, we use Zomato, Swiggy. For our any shopping, we use Amazon, Myntra, Flipkart, anywhere. So every time we do a shopping, we wanted to look for an actual digital experience that we have, and we try to get a personalized experience on top of it. But why do we need those kind of experience? Because those applications is where you are most hooked into. You scroll some application while scrolling your LinkedIn or your social media, and you see some beautiful application, so these are my value proposition, and you hop onto that application. And then suddenly realize that you need you need to fill up a long form which says, okay, give me your name, give me your phone number, give me your this, and give me your other details, which you are not comfortable because you are not comfortable with, because you don't know what kind of service this application gave, right? And that's where I like to take you to a moment, and I like you guys to imagine for a moment that you visited a website where you have never visited before, and you wanted to have this application. You have a very good user experience. That is, this application is created only for you. This application gives you a personalized experience. This application gives you a good preferences, or like I say the filtration that application have, but it didn't ask you to create immediately your account. It maintains your privacy all the time, and that's how we as a developer should think like. And from there, if you see the developer, what we need to create this kind of experience, you need to have a good, I would say, a good documentation, a good tooling. Most importantly, you need to have most important, say the standard, like say for login, what we use OIDC, right? We use OAuth. These are the protocols that we use for integrating any of our applications to give a better experience to our customer. So similarly, for a developer like you, what you need to have is like to have an open standard, or let's say in standard compliant system, along with some products, some experience with the documentation and the customer support. And that's what we are building at Affinity. We always have this understanding like your phone number or your mobile number or your email address is your digital identity. Actually, it is not. Your digital identity compromised with your different data set, that digital footprint that you have on your internet today. So if you have this, if you're, like I said, if you're doing some shopping on Amazon, if you're doing shopping on Flipkart, they collect attributes about you, what you like, what you don't like. And that's how they do that's how they store this detail within this. And so next time onwards, they give a relative adds to those data points, saying that if you come to this platform, I'm gonna show you this new ad or this new sponsors ad. What they do is like they create a profile of you. Now this profile is entirely based upon assumption. They collect some data from you based upon your past experience on the website. They have some other data points which is collected from either with the first party, second party, or the third party. But what they didn't ask is, they didn't ask the customer what actually they wanted to buy on this platform. This is which is missing. They don't bring customer into any of the digital transaction. What we have envisioned today is like how we can bring our customer in all our digital transaction today. That customer, you ask for it, because today the world is moving into a different direction, a direction where the application is user-centric. The customer need to know why you are requesting any data. What is the need of this data? Means if I go to some movie theater and if I ask to produce, if I'm more than 18 years old, I sometimes get out my Aadhaar card and showcase them like this is my 18. But I actually don't need to show my Aadhaar card. I only need to prove that I am more than 18. So these are the things people are getting aware of. If you see iPhone ads, they heavily rely on privacy as of now. And that's why security and privacy is the main concern for the digital transaction today. And that's where we say the more data, the more problem we have. We have seen in the past that every business has this risk of, heavy risk of this data theft. So they invest a lot in data management. They do a lot in securing those data coming from customer itself, because once your data is leaked, you are out of the business. Means your business will go on a toss. So with this mind, so I'll just see what we have done today is like we have moved from monolithic architecture, if I go with the technical terms, a monolithic architecture where we store everything, and then from monolithic to a microservice architecture where we segregate few things like your user data is different, your product details is different, your sales detail is different. And you have, within your website, you call your backend service to call all those details. and whatever the data what you have available for that customer, it comes up. What we don't have is control of data. As a consumer, I don't control my data. So if you have created your Google account, means I created my Google account like 15 years back, and I have consented to Google, like I'm allowing Google to share any data points from my account. Now Google has a blanket consent for doing all kind of business with my data, and with this data economy, we know that data is more precious than gold, and that's how they sell all the data. The other businesses use this data to make more a marketing gimmick around the products and everything. So what we wanted is the data ownership that user don't have, that moves to this. And just imagine what if the user controls this data, and this is where your decentralized solution comes in a picture, where your user details, a user is brought into the middle of your any digital transaction. It has some personal data stored that can be used, or that can be stored within your system, like your mobile, your your laptop, your tab, anywhere. And based upon any consent, your data is shared to any of the users. This approach also resolves the trust issue that you have, because then now the customer know what is the data is requested by the user, and this also avoid the regulatory concern, like DPDPA is coming into India. You have GDPR in Europe. You have NDPI in Bhutan. We have Singapore guidelines which for the users' data protection. So it allows you to do a fine-grained consent details which comes up with the personal data store, and user aware this what I'm signing up for. So in nutshell, what we have seen is, in a centralized solution, you have a database with the center, and all the users are the part of the central database. But in decentralized solution, you just reverse the pyramid, and we have a personal data store, and website is logging into the website is logging into the consumer. It's not the consumer logging into any website. Instead of you calling a backend API for any user's data, treat user as your own backend server, and ask user what you want to give him the more experience in your website. But what is there for business and what is there for consumer? It's a win-win relationship. Like you get the data what you want, and the user will have a control of their data. There will be a consent that user will be aware of, and you can also build a good user experience on top of it. So with this, I'll just show you in a user experience how it will look like that we have built as imaginary Eventai app, which is just a event management app where you just you log into in your personal data store, and based upon request, you can always share those details on this. Based upon request, you can always share those details on this. So now once I have this experience, I can reach to any event location. The event guy can ask me to share a ticket along with an identity. I can share whatever the ticket is issued to me, and then share my identity alongside with me, and it will be verified on the fly, and I will get the verified ticket information. So this is what we are going to build in the workshop as well, how exactly this fall into all place. And what we have is this digital experience showcases how a user control can help you give a good user experience to this. So what we need is a digital identity for it, which is generated by user, controlled by user, and which is not like centralized to any of the system. You need to have a portable data, which is standard base, which is a machine readable, or which is a temper evident data, which we need to be a consent driven data share. And then you have third is your data sharing. With this interoperability or flexibility or queryable, you can create a privacy preserving app. So there are few building blocks of this decentralized solution, what we have, and that is your DID, which is for your identification, Another is verifiable credential, which is for attestation. Then you have verifiable presentation, which is for sharing. Then there is something called in standard called PEX, presentation exchange, called presentation exchange, which is for sharing the data. Then we have an open standard for OID for VCI and OID for VP, which is for issuing a data for this. And for the sharing the data, we have OID for VP. So quickly we'll get into this DID and verifiable credential. DID is just nothing but your unique identity on internet. Now you will say, I have my account, I have my Gmail, I have my other email as an identity on the internet. But one thing is like any email address is bound to a central server. If I use a Gmail, then I am bound to Google. If I'm using some Outlook, I'm bound to Microsoft. But this DID is not, it's an independent of any of the central server. It is like a unique persona of you on the internet. And you can create as many as profile as you want. Like you have this, personal persona where you can create one DID. You have some other persona, like if you are with your friends, then you have a different persona. Then you can have a DID for that. If you are having a gaming persona, when you're playing a game, you have a different persona. I can call myself as a Mickey Mouse on this gaming profile. That's a different persona altogether. So this is a unique identifier which will give you a unique identification on internet. And just like you have a URL, and once you browse the URL, it gives you a website. So similarly, DID also, when exposed or when resolved, it gives you something called DID document. And that DID document is basically gives you the algorithm, the public keys, the signing things, and everything details available with this DID. Next is your verifiable credential. Verifiable credential is similar to like that whatever ticket that you have. So if you see you have your name there, you have your date, you have your other details, you have a signature or a hologram. These are the different attributes of the ticket. But in a digital world, if you classify, we have three things. One is your credential metadata. You have claims about the ticket, and you have a proof, means what exactly, who is signed to, who has given this ticket to anybody else. This verifiable credential is basically, it represents a data point, and it is self-attested, and it can be externally issued. It can be issued by me, it can be issued by anybody else, it can be issued by any authority. It is cryptographically verifiable, and it is temper evident since we are using the cryptography for that. And we can use this data and we can use this verifiable credential for any exchange of the services, for anything, for login or any onboarding purpose or et cetera, et cetera. What we have is another open standard that we call as OID for VCI, which is for the issuer who is going to issue it. Just like your driving license is being issued by Ministry of Transportation, right? Similarly, anybody can give you issuance, can give you any verifiable credential if they act as an issuer. So let's say if you are employer, right? Employer can give you a salary slip. So they can also issue the salary slip in form of verifiable credential. And whenever you share somewhere else, instead of intermediary, you can also verify based upon another open standard called OID for VP, which is a combination of OID VP plus PEX. With this, I'd like to call my colleague Parmesh, who will walk you around with the workshop today and help you understand exactly how we can build with this open standard. Over to you, Parmesh.
Thanks, Rajesh. Hi all, my name is Parmesh. I'm solution architect of Affinity. I think introduction is over. Okay, I'll start. I think so. Basically, I'm a techie person, so we'll do coding. I like to do code more than talk, but here I have to do 50-50 because this is the tech which is basically new to many of the people. So I wanted to get this tech clear, which already graduation Giri has got cleared. I'll also give a little bit where I'm trying to code. As a tech person, I'll give in my way, and we'll code along with it. So what is this workshop we're going to do is like, we are taking a simple event ticket management system where we will log in, authenticate to the system, where we'll buy a ticket and we'll verify the ticket. This is what typical all the applications already we have ticketing management systems, already we have it. We are doing the same thing. But here, there are some advantages here. If you look at, let me compare with the physical world. In physical world, if I take a ticket, buy a ticket, I will go to that particular event, I'll present a ticket, right? So they will check, they will not call anybody that, okay, this ticket is valid or not, because they themselves, they issued it, and they onboard me immediately. And if you look at the continuation of that, in my colleges, I used to give this ticket to some food counter. They will used to give me free popcorns or something like that. And then I can take the same ticket, and if I go to in the midnight time, I'm going home when the police catches or somebody, I can show that, okay, I am coming from a theater. They will allow me. So they will not do any, create any issues. So the same thing, if you want to do it right now, what we have to do is, till the event, there is a QR code we are going to show, and we are going to enter into that event, which is fine. After that, if you want to go to the food counter, and if you want to do it, present it. Now, how that food counter guy knows that this ticket is valid? They have to call that API or something. There is an integration required, right? There is an intermediate required. So now what we are trying to solve is, using this decentralized tech, we are creating a user-controlled identity. We are creating a user-controlled storage, and we are creating something we can prove online without any intermediary. If I ask you a question, something like, okay, how can I prove something? If I send you some text, how do I prove that it came from me without calling me or anybody? The only way is using cryptography. Basically, I'll sign something with my private key, and I'll share it to you, and you will verify with my public key. If you know that, if that verification is successful, then you know it is definitely came from me. This is what they're using PKI infrastructure, right? So this is what underlying, if you look at we already saw the experience video, right? It looks like very simple. But underlying now all these technologies, we have used it. So people think it is a simple use case, what is there, but underlying it is so much happening, but we don't know. With few lines of code now, you can do all this stuff. So I'll continue. So yeah, I'll continue. So this is our GitHub workshop instructions. Basically, I can give you the link as well. It is there in the prerequisites. So we will go through the step-by-step guide of this, and we'll start building the application from the scratch. And we have created a base skeleton use case, because we don't want to start from create React app, something like application, because we wanted to start with some use case. So obviously you need some good UI, that kind of stuff. So what we did is we have generated a skeleton app, so which has some basic code, and from there we will start adding code, and we'll continue, and we'll move on.
So before you go further,
Yes.
make sure Rajesh and I are here. If you need any help to get to the workshop guide or within the workshop guide, raise your hand. We'll come and try and help you. The workshop guide is on GitHub. Look up Affinity and Event workshop. I think maybe if you can bring up the URL just for 1 minute, making sure everybody got that, then we can go in.
Okay. Okay, I can open it here. This is the URL. Hope you can see. Huh? This is fine, right? QR code. This is fine, right?
Just close the, go to the presentation.
Okay, good. Where is the presentation? You're coming up, buddy. Oh, this one. Okay, that's okay. So here is the prerequisites, where what we do is we have one browser, and we need to set up a Affinity Vault, which is your consumer's personal storage, which is data will be stored purely on the edge, not on Affinity cloud servers. And we need a Node.js, and we need some terminal to run commands, npm commands. And we need a developer portal where you'll create, like in generally social logins, you'll create a client ID, secret keys, right? We have a developer portal. Similarly, we have a developer portal as well as CLI, where you can create configurations. And we have an IDE, and there is a workshop instructions. You can go through this link, and we can do it. I'll do that start. Okay, I'll share my screen. Yep. Key my screen. This is the GitHub repo where it has a workshop instructions. Hope everyone has access to this link. If you, otherwise, you can search for Affinity GitHub. In that, you can find out Eventy workshop. So we are going to build, as I said, we are going to build Eventy application using Next.js. I chose Next.js because instead of maintaining front end, back end, separate, Next.js is one single repo. We can create everything. That was the only reason, but still you can create even React app as well as, and you can create an Express backend as well. So what we did is like we split this module into like 3 modules. The 4th is optional anyways. The first is we'll set up the app first, and the second is we'll start issuing a ticket using this new tech, which is decentralized identity and verifiable credentials. And the third one is how can you request such a verifiable credentials from the consumer, and how do you verify it without any intermediary, right? This is the sneak demo. Let's go with the first module, setup workshop. So this is just introduction about that. This is how the architecture of application architecture looks like, where you have user, and the Affinity Vault is your consumer storage, which is your personal storage, which it will be stored on your laptop or on your mobile device. And data never leaves your device without your consent. And just for the record, we are not storing the data. Data will be stored on the edge, not on Affinity servers. All we know about you is your decentralized identity. That's all, not in your email. Okay, this is your Affinity Vault. Just high levelly, user logs into this application using Affinity login. Affinity login is also one of our product where it's similar to the social login. Only the difference is instead of going to their social login databases, it will come back to your consumer vault and you will send the data with the concern management, right? Let me set up the development environment. Okay, first let's set up the Affinity Vault. You can open this link. Here we have a web version and Android version. So let's go with the web vault. Or you can simply type vault.affinity.com. This is your web vault version, which is for consumers, and it is free of cost. Okay, we are not charging anything for consumers. Let's get started. So this vault is, as I told you, this is stored on the edge. So okay, to protect this vault, if anyone gets hands off to my laptop, they can open it and they can see my data. So to protect this, we have 2 mechanisms. One is passphrase and also biometric also. I'm setting my passphrase. Okay, I'm enabling biometric so that I can, with every time now, instead of entering my passwords, I can enter, unlock my vault using biometric. So I'm enabling the biometric. Okay, so now here we are asking for some email verification. Affinity.com. See, I like while typing the email and just checking. See how many times you have done email OTP verification, if I'm not wrong. I did multiple times email notification, mobile number OTP verification. There are multiple times I'm proving everything same. It is my number, my email, right? What here we are doing is we are doing only once. Next time we know that it is yours, because Affinity verified it via OTP and they know that it is verified. So we give you a verifiable, verifiable credentials, which is like similarly think like it is a JAR token, JWT token, right? The JWT, once if you authenticate to any system, generally there will be JWT token issued by the server, which will be stored on your browser storage. Every time whenever doing any other API calls, everything, it uses that thing, right? So that they know that because every time whenever request comes to the server, they verify with that JWT whether it has been tampered or not. They know that, and then definitely they will allow you to do this. The same thing here also. What we are doing is, okay, I'm sorry, before I forget I'll enter this verification code 501790. Okay, see, we verify it and we'll issue verifiable credentials, which is tamper evident. And whenever, anytime, if you want to log in this email with any other party, all we do is share your email. That's all. With that VC, we will be sharing to, we will present to the other party. They can verify cryptographically using the public key infrastructure, and they can log into the system, and they don't need to call again back to the Affinity or anybody to verify it. Right? This is how your vault looks like. So we started with basic information like your demographics, like your name, your address. These are all the data, you can enter it. These are the credentials which, if somebody issues, it will be displayed in this tab. And this is the basic. Right now I have only the email ID which is been verified. Right? This is my vault, and you can enable biometric. You can take a backup. You can do all these settings. You can go through this. And this is the decentralized identity which got created during your installation of this vault, which is this DID. This is the DID. We are using DID key, right? This contains a private key, public key. Private key will be stored on your edge device, and public key, it can be resolved using this DID resolve document. Every time, whenever you do any transaction, when you give a consent, you will sign this with your private key and you will send the data to the other party. Other party can verify that data using the public key. That's how this verifiable credential works, similar to JAR tokens. Right? I'll continue the session. Okay, so now we have set up the vault. I have already Node.js, Git, VS Code. I'm using VS Code. Now the CLI tool. Why CLI tool? We have even developer tool also for who likes GUI. This is the command line tool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install the command line tool. I'm opening terminal to desired location. I'm just executing npm install Affinity CLI. See, sometimes due to your machine permissions, maybe it requires an admin privileges. Please open in with the admin access. So once this is done, so what we are going to do is, first we need to authenticate that who has logged into this particular CLI, so that you can generate app, you can create a configuration, so you can interact with this, right? Similarly, any other AWS CLIs or any other command line tools, it's the same thing. So what we're going to do is next is, we are going to do a start command called Affinity start. What it does is, it's basically, it does a social login with your, I will show you that instead of explaining. Let's say Affinity start. Usually when you do login, what happens is, when you do it this, it opens an application, URL. What happened? Do that. Affinity start. Okay, let me open another terminal.
So while Parmesh shows that, is everyone able to follow so far? So just registered on Affinity Vault, which is your consumer identity created.
Start.
And through that, you will express yourself, collect your information, and basically that's the API to which the application will log in. And he's now just setting up the developer tools so that he can show you how easy it is to configure all of this.
Yeah. So if you look at this, it is asking to open my vault. So basically what happens is when you're trying to log in, finally request came back to the user's vault, and it's asking that it identified there is an email, and it's a particular Affinity is asking that you wanted to share your email, yes or no, consent screen, right? This is what we are calling a consent screen. When you click on continue, you will be sharing this verifiable credential to the CLI. CLI underline verifies that information, and it's obviously authenticates the system, right? Now here, if you look at, I've logged into the CLI. It says that, okay, if you want to see the list of projects, you can select the project. Now let's go and clear it, and I'll go to the next step. I'll close my vault. So what we are doing is, the first step, we are generating an app. So this is the command, you can generate it. You can generate, there are so many commands, like so many kind of apps we have created using Next.js, React, Python, PHP, you name it, we have it. So here we are, as it is use case based, so here we defaulted with the values. So I'm pasting this command where I'm selecting event app to generate. So this will generate me a simple event management app with Affinity login by default. So here it asking that, okay, do you want it to configure Affinity login, yes or no? I'll say yes. So this will create you login configuration, like similarly in how social login you create it, login configuration, this is the same way. I don't have any existing login configuration. I'll say I'll create a new login configuration. I'll give it a name as event, something event name. It creates a login configuration with a redirect URL. This is your client ID secret key which you got. Don't worry, I'm going to delete this after this workshop. And also to interact with our Affinity services, generally we create a token. So that is what it is asking you to generate. So anytime, whenever you do any interaction with any of our APIs, this is the private key token which will be reside in your machine. Every time whenever you do it, you'll sign that private key with the data and you will send it and we'll verify with your public key. That's how it is. So we are generating a personal access token. This we call it as PAT, personal access token. I say yes to generate it. Of course, you can generate later as well. Now there are two things happening. It is generating your keys and it will also update your application's env variables. So I'm just, it's application generated. Now let's go Affinity. This is what it generated, Affinity event app, because that is the application name which I gave here. This is what happened. So I said yes, yes, it generated. In case if we say no to create configuration, there is an Affinity login command where we can create a Affinity login, create login configuration. Similarly, if you want to create personal access token, you can use this command to do the underlying. When you say yes, I am executing the same commands. That's all we're doing it, right?
Parmesh, just to mention, I think for this workshop, due to constraint of time, we are not going into Affinity login configuration, but that's also just standard OIDC configuration. So nothing new there. It's just to showcase that if you as a developer want to add only passwordless authentication to your app with attested facts and don't really want to, for now, start with OID for VCI or OID for VT protocols with your existing tools and libraries, you can also get started. But I think the crux is the values on the next part of the things which Parmesh will show on how to integrate with the new protocols.
Yes. Okay, I opened this application which is generated. If you look at here, this is what it generated one. This is the application which is generated. I just opened in the VS Code. If you look at it .env file, it has my login configuration, it has my personal access token, it has all configured here. What I'm going to do is I'm doing npm install, which will install all the dependencies.
So there's nothing, Parmesh, just to add, like while this is installing dependency, there's nothing unique in this application or no secret sauce in this application. So if you have your own favorite app, you want to start with Vite or React, create React app and go through the configuration, you'll also be able to follow that. It's just to make sure for this workshop, all participants have the same application code, same baseline code. We are using this feature. And also in our CLI, we have created this generate app for even the new developers who are starting so that they save time to bootstrap an application quickly and get started.
Yes, this is a typical Next.js application where you have a pages here and we have all your APIs here. And these are your different pages, like you have a checkout page, URL, and this is the React component it will render, sign up page, there are some pages here, right? Okay, now I'll do npm run dev, runs on localhost 3000. So I'll click on this. Okay, the application open. This is a simple event app where by default we have given with Affinity login. Let me log into this application. Now, this is what I'm saying. When you click this, basically it comes back to the user and ask the data. Like in physical world, if somebody asks you a document, you will take your purse and you will show the document and you will take it back, right? The same way here. So every request for any data, it comes back to the user and user will share the data with their consent. So now when you click on Affinity login, see, we are acting as intermediate identity provider, that's all. But finally, we don't have hold the data, so we are sending it back to your vault. That's what, if you look at vault, and it's password protected, so we are on, I'm opening with biometric. Now you see, particular event app is asking email. As a developer, you can decide what kind of data you want from the vault. This is how we defined in via PEX, presentation exchange definition, which is also one of the open standard. So I'll click on continue. Now we are sharing a verifiable credentials of email to the Affinity. Affinity will verify it, and then it will create an ID token back, and it gives to the event application. Event application receives the ID token from the Affinity, which contains the information of the user. Like in this case, we requested for email. That is the reason you will see the email. And here, this is what the DID which we got, and this is the email ID we got. Right? This is a simple event app. Right now, we saw which is the list. It has a list of tickets, where you can click on this and you can go ahead and routine. You can buy a ticket, everything. Right? Now, what we are going to do in the next step is, after payment, successful payment of the ticket, like once if you bought the ticket, we are going to issue verifiable credentials of the ticket. In this case, the use case is the ticket. We are going to give it the ticket credentials. I'll show you that. Let's go to the instructions. Let's go to the next modules. So we have done this. We are going to the next module, which is issuing a ticket as a verifiable credentials. Right? This is how the application looks like, the architecture. So user buys the ticket using Affinity TDK. TDK is like SDK. We call it as a TDK because it is a trust development kit. Using TDK, you will interact with our services, which will interact. This Affinity elements is our underlying core element stack, where we have all the services running. We will issue using OpenID for VCA standards. Okay, what is this? You know OpenID for OID for VC, right? What is that? OID, yes. Generally for social login, you use OID. I always confuse. Okay, OIDC. Okay, we'll always use that, right? That is the exchange is only just a plain data, isn't it? Like when you ask for that data, other party will give you their email, name, everything extra, right? But here there is an extension to that protocol, which is called OID for VP, verifiable presentation, which is also same thing, but instead of data there, here it's a trusted data, which is a verifiable credentials. That's how we establish trust. And here, what is VCA is, there is also a standard way of issuing a ticket also. If you want to issue a ticket, there is an open standard says that, okay, you have to follow this particular code exchange flow. There is some XY flow. There are some flows which you need to follow to issue a ticket. And finally, user can get that and you can store in the ticket, right? So using OpenID for VCA, we'll issue a ticket. Finally, event app will get an offer URL that will be shared to the user. User will open that URL. Automatically, it will open your vault and it will take that information. It will show you and you get that vault. And you will get that information, verifiable credential stored in your vault. This is how the total thing. But when you see the experience, you will feel it like it is same thing what is there inside. I know that. Okay, let's start with installing dependencies. To interact with what we are doing is, we wanted a service called credential issuance service because we are going to issue a ticket, right? So this is one of the library we have provided. So we can copy this and I'm going to install it. So I'll open a new terminal, or you can stop publication and run again. So I'm going to install these packages. And the next up is the main thing where you need to create configuration. See, as an event application, I wanted to issue a ticket VC, right? You need to tell like what are the schema it is. Like this ticket should contain what kind of information. Like if you saw in the example that it has a name, it has an event location, etc., right? So here we have to define such configurations. So for that, instead of CLI now, we will go to the developer portal. Just this is our developer portal. So you click on this portal.affinity.com. So earlier login was done. I'll log in again. Okay, this setup is also done. So again, here also we used Affinity login. So underlying it comes to authenticate to your portal. It'll come back to your vault. You share your email, and then you logged into your developer portal. Yep, you logged into here. So basically, this is your portal. Earlier, if you look at in the first step, you created login configuration as part of generate app command. See, this is what the login configuration it got created. And this is where you define a schemas. As I told you, as an application, if you have a different use case, like I wanted to issue a driving license, you can go and create your schema saying that my driving license. And you can add attributes here. Okay, I want, say, example, name, something like that. So just to save a time in this case, use case, event happen, I created one schema, but you can start creating your own schema. It's up to your use case. So we can go to the credential issuance service. You can start create configuration. I'll say something like my CS config. And if you want to issue basically VC, you should have a private key, public key, right? So for that, we have to create a wallet. Here you can create a wallet and I can give a name. So my wallet. So what ideally is every time when you try to issue a VC, it uses this particular credential wallet and it starts signing with that private key and it will issue a verifiable credential. Now here is where we have to define a schema, or you can add a schema. So in this case, I will try to use the schema which I have here. Here if you look at credential type ID, you can name whatever you wanted, but make sure in application also you need to change, because we need this information when you are requesting, when you start issuing it. So this is the event ticket VC, I named it. I'll go and paste it here. And for schema, you have a JSON link document and JSON URL, which will tell you what kind of data it is and what is the context of the data. So I'll copy this to here and I'll click on create. Okay, so okay, now it is created successfully. Your CS configuration is created successfully. Now we have to start using our TDK libraries. We need to write a piece of code to start using issuance for this particular schema which I created, which is the event ticket VC, right? So this is what we said. Okay. For that, basically what we do is we will go to the checkout page. So if you go here, checkout page, and click of this somewhere in the button, I will add that code, right? So I'm going to open that code file. I give the link here. You can directly open that file here. It's a checkout page. See, it has a lot of code because, as I told you, it is a template. Don't worry about the code. You just understand what we are trying to do it here. Basically, what we are trying to do is create is here. I've created a function, simple function, where I define my data of my verifiable credential. Here is it. From the product, what I'm doing is I'm taking my product information. Finally, what I'm doing is I'm creating a credential data, okay, based on what I created in the schema here. Let me show you the schema. Right, this is the schema JSON URL, right? This is the data of the schema. It has an event object and it has these properties and it has a ticket information and it has this information. You can create as much as you want it based on your business use cases. Okay. Now what we are trying to do is we are preparing a data from whatever the available from your database or somewhere, and we are setting the data as per this structure, because this is what the schema you created it, you defined it, right? This is what we are going to do it here in this piece of code, if you see this. Okay. Now we have data for the schema. Now the next is we'll call, see, definitely we cannot do everything on the client side because it will be like security issues, right? Obviously we need to call your backend API so that you pass this data to your backend API. In backend API, using your configuration secret information or something like that, you will start issuing a VC, right? The same thing, we are making one access call or fetch call by calling one API. We are going to create this endpoint soon. And here we are passing some information, right? That is what it is. And finally, the response, what you get is user offer URL. Basically, think it is just an URL. You will get the response once it is successful issuance. You will get an URL which has some validity period. You take that URL and you just open it. You put one anchor tag or something. When you click it, automatically it takes you to the vault and you can claim that offer. Okay. Right. So now what I'm doing is I'm just copying this piece of code and I'm pasting it somewhere, wherever I can do. So maybe I can paste it here. Now the second step is I need to call this function, isn't it? So I need to call this function. So there is already one handle if function which is happening on click of this button somewhere. So all I'm doing is I'm calling this function in that particular handler, event handler. Let me find out that function. Okay, so here I'm pasting that function. Sorry, I'm calling that function. Okay. Now next step, now we have to create an API backend, right? So this is what the API route I have to do. So for that, what you have to do is you have to open. I created a dummy handler without it does not have anything code. Let me open this. So Next.js has a proper standard, something like API /issuance /short. This is how the standards of that, right? Okay, this if you look at here, now the handler has nothing. It does not have anything. All we are going to do is right now now from the front end we got the data. Now we need to validate the data and we start issuing a VC using our Affinity TDK packages, correct? Now let's go to the thing. So what this line of code is saying, from the body we are getting this information. This is what we are getting from your front end, right? And to issue VC, there are different flows actually. One, you can give it to any DID person. So example, you can give it to a student without DID, decentralized identity, and when you try to accept the claim that offer, it will automatically tie to that particular DID. This is one way. Or you can say that I can give it only to Giriraj. For that, Giriraj has to give me his DID so that I can give only to the Giriraj. Right now, I'm going with that is called fixed holder. Okay. And also, this is all open. It's not like Parmesh has created this. This is all open ID for VCI standards, which has different flows. Okay. And if you want to add any production layer, also we can add even transaction code flow. There is one more flow also there. Okay. So what it is doing is, for this, we are preparing an API. Basically, what we're doing is, this is our Affinity way of calling any APIs. You need to create auth provider. In your application.env, there is a configuration like your project ID, token ID, private key is there, right? With this, you need to create one object. And finally, that auth provider, you need to use this issuance API. In this case, I am calling issuance API. You can call IOTA API, or you can call verification API. You can call any number of API. But this is how the standard structure it looks like. Okay. So what happens is API key, using your private key, it will create you one JAR token and it will set that into this API key. And you are passing this API key when you are calling the particular method. And in the background, what we are doing is we are verifying this API key is been signed by your particular private key or not, using the public key which you already shared. And we will start the processing of that, right? So now I'm going to call this, and finally I'm returning the response here. Okay, now I'll copy this code. I'll paste it where here. Okay. Now, if you confuse here, what is the auth provider? It's a function which I created already in the template. If you look at here, nothing is there. It just says that it reads your project ID from your ENV, token ID, and private key. This is what it expects from your configuration. Okay. And this is how you call API. And we have different APIs. Like based on right now we are using issuance. There is a reason we are using issuance API. So we have even verification API also. If you want, you can call that. And this is where we can call the method called start issuance by passing these two things. One is your project ID and one is your data. What is this data? This is what the data which you are going to pass. You have to tell what is the mode of that offer and what is your holder DID if it is there, and what is the data of that VC which we got from the front end already, right? This is the data we got from the front end, and this is the schema type ID which I passed. So that Affinity understand that, okay, you wanted to issue a event type VC to the particular holder. That's what we understand from that, right? So we paste it, we'll continue it. Okay, now it's done. Now I do npm run dev. I think already I'm running it. Let's go to checkout. I'll just do refresh. I'll click on something. Okay, I'll click on this. Now the function will get called. Now I think it is calling the API. And now this is the offer URL, which if you see this, hope you can see it. What it is doing is, this is the offer URL actually. And this is your vault. So when you click on this, basically, that's what we have added this button. When you click this, basically, the vault will identify that offer URL. It's called Affinity Backend Services. It checks whether offer is correct or not, everything. And then, I will not tell, I will show you. See, what we are doing is we are requesting credentials. And this is what the VC which is found, which is got created, in fact, using your private key which you defined in your CAS config, right? Because you already created a wallet with your private key, right? Here, everything. If you look at here in the CAS configuration, you already said what is your wallet, issuance wallet. Okay, using that private key, we will issue a VC. Now let's go back to the vault. See, this is your vault. This is your ticket VC. It has some information, what kind of ticket you accepted. And finally, you have an option to accept or reject. If I accept it, it will be stored in your vault on your particular profile. You can create as many profiles you want. See, this is what your ticket is got stored in your vault. This is a verifiable credentials which can be shared to anybody. They can verify this data without calling anybody. So that's the main advantage here. Right? So we covered the module where we started issuing a verifiable credentials for the event ticket type VC. Now,
for me, just to summarize, just from my perspective, what you showcased now was, one, the issuer needs to be set up with an OID for VCI infrastructure, which is being set up on Affinity as a trust infrastructure. And the minimal two things that anybody as an issuer has to do is set up a vault, and where they manage their private key and public key for their organizational identity, and then create the one or many schemas against which they will be issuing digital credential, cryptographically signed data. And then you saw the TDK code was really very simple. A lot of this plumbing was around the application front end and back end, but the TDK makes it simpler to initiate this issuance. So if anybody wants to start creating digital credentials, it's very simple. I would say, if I summarize it, the way we are looking at the market and we're talking to a lot of people, we see this as like, instead of seeing save to PDF or save to or print to PDF, you can give an option of save as digital credential. And then you will be able to, with few lines of code, give this capability so that the user gets the data also with them to be able to use it where they find it useful. If you can guide them on where your brand is valuable, so then they can also transact with that data. So that's the issuance part. Few lines of code with TDK to issue the data.
Yeah. So now we saw how to issue a verifiable credentials, right? Now how to request data. Now consumer has a lot of data, right? One way of data coming is he can enter if you look at in the vault, in the user's vault, here I can enter my data, like my personal information, like that. And one way of data ingestion happens is via the credentials issued by some application. So I could store my, right now I stored my credential, which is event ticket. Similarly, I can store my driving license, my email, my phone number, limitless, based on the number of issuers, right? Once if we store it, now there should be definitely a mechanism where you wanted to request data, right? So applications, as a business application, I wanted to request particular event ticket or email or driving license. Verifiable credential, it just has a JSON which is having attested data, right? So imagine in the physical world, I have my driving license, I will give it to somebody. Imagine if it fell down, somebody took my driving license and they're doing some onboarding, right? In physical world, we'll stop because we'll check in the driving license, there is some photo or some identity, and the person standing and they will ask you to sign something like that. They will match something like that, correct? They will know that, okay, identity belongs to that physical person, right? Now, if you look at the event ticket VC, what the event ticket someone gets set up, like imagine I have the ticket JSON. Basically, it's underlying, it is a JSON, right? So now what if Grajesh gets the hands of that and he can present it to, he can show it because it is tamper evident, even he can also show it, right? That is where verifiable presentation comes into picture. What happens is when you are trying to present, always you take the VC, you will sign with your private key and we'll send the both to them. So it has two things. When you send a verifiable presentation, it has two things. One is VC holder versus presenter. The both should be the same, obviously. Then only the other party can accept it. Okay, that is called verifiable presentation. I can show you how the VC looks like, how the VP looks like. But here what we are trying to do is, all we are doing is we are trying to verify the ticket by requesting the ticket VC from the user with their consent. So for that, what we are doing is, this is how the application looks like. So like in physical world, we will go to some particular event app. Is this, okay. So this is particularly, imagine this is one event organization app where they have a QR code. You'll go and scan the QR code. Immediately, the request comes to the user vault. In the user vault, they know that if there is any event tickets, it will show you the list of tickets where they can share that with their consent. It goes back to the party. They can verify that without any intermediary. The same thing like payment. That's what we do, right? UPI payments. We'll scan QR code. It comes to us. We'll make the payment as already registered. The same replication of that. Simple. But not in the mobile experience because I cannot show it here. So for that, what we have to do is first, as a first step, we need to install the packages, because here instead of issuing, what we are doing is we are trying to verify, right? So for that, there are some packages which we have to install, which is called IOTA browser core packages, which I'm going to run this. I'll go and run this command. And the next step is you need to create a configuration. What is this configuration? Again, why configuration? So basically, for everything we need a configurations, right, guys? I know. Because the server side, now we need to understand what we are doing actually. Every time, sometimes we will pass it as a request, which is good. Sometimes we don't need to pass that information as every time request, right? Sometimes it is fixed, where we can, some admin guys can do that. So that's the reason configuration, otherwise even I hate configurations. What we are trying to do is we are creating a configuration where you are defining that, okay, this is my configuration, and here, this is what the data I wanted. I can create any number of defined data, I can define it whatever I want. For example, I create a configuration there, I want email, I want address, I want event ticket, I want driving license. I can create as many as requests as I wanted. And these request IDs will be used in the application to get the data, right? So this is where we go and create a configuration. I'm going back to the portal again. There is the left-hand side, you can go and see credential issuance. Sorry, don't go there. We already did that. So we'll go to IOTA framework, where you create a configuration. I'll give a name it. So IOTA, okay. And this is for signing. And there are two modes which we are using. Sharing mode. One is WebSocket mode. Basically, when you request from the application, client application to the server, whether you want it in a WebSocket mode or in the redirect flow. Generally, if you look at social logins, it works with the redirect flow, right? So here is what, let's go with the redirect flow. Here, we should tell that, okay, I got the Affinity gets a response from the consent screen. I mean, from the, once the user gives a consent, Affinity gets the data. How do I send the data back to you? So we need a redirect URL, similar to social login. So here you go and see, this is where the URL of your application, where you wanted to post the data. Okay, basically we'll post a code. From the code you call again back to us and you will get the code. I'm going through I will definitely explain that via code. Here the display name, you can say IOTA. And here there are two settings, you can see credential verification and consent logs. What is this two is? Whenever you receive the data, do you want us to verify that VC or not? That's all we are saying. So sometimes we get the data, we don't want to verify because we don't, I don't want Affinity to verify that, I will take care of it. If that is the one, you can uncheck the checkbox. Otherwise, you can simply check this box. And if you wanted to see the audit logs which is been shared to, who has shared to me everything, and you can click this checkbox. You can see it in the developer portal. So I'll click on create. Now once if we create, now we got a configuration ID information here. Now you're going to create queries out of it. As I told you, there is a one way of standard to request a data of verifiable credential, that is called presentation exchange definition. Think of it as like SQL. You'll write SQL queries for selecting from the database. Similarly, SQL is replaced with the PEX. Database is replaced with your Vault, which is having a list of VCs, verifiable credentials. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is, I'll create one presentation definition. I'll name it as ticket VC, because in this case, I wanted to request a ticket information. I'll say spelling correct, ticket verified, okay, ticket VC. And I can, so by default, say we have given a default templates where you can, if you want, you can request for an email, phone number, verified email, like that. I'm going to select one and I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to enter, this is the one schema. If you look at this, is the PEX query standard looks like. So hope you guys can see. So here, no confusion here. What is that is, basically we are saying is, give me any JSON, means in this case underlying VC, which is having a VC type, which is having an object called type in your VC, which is a type of event ticket VC. This is what we are asking. So in plain English, give me all verifiable credentials of event type schema. That's what we are saying here. You can add as many conditions as you wanted. If you want to imagine, I can ask even, okay, give me only event schema, which is only from particular book my show. You can, or only from Parmesh. You can even request such kind of information. So now we'll go back to the portal and I'll paste this particular PEX and I'll create it. So now during this step process, basically we did two things. One, we created a configuration, and under that configuration, we created a one PEX. If you want, you can add as many number of PEX you wanted. Okay. So what you get is, you get two IDs we need from the application, which is configuration ID and one more is query ID. These two we have to go and update in your application. This is what the next step says. Okay. I'm going back to the application. Now I'll go back to the eventee, environment variable. Here, if you see here, there is a configuration ID. I'm going to, hope I'll go paste right the one. Okay, this is the configuration I copied. I'll paste it in the configuration ID. And the second is your query ID. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll paste the query ID. Now underlying, our application is using this configuration ID. Now let's go back to the your environment variable, workshop. Now what is this is, next step is basically you need to write a piece of code on click of a button, okay, using this credential, whatever that this configuration ID and query ID, we need to start the initialization process, right? For that, what we did is I created a simple hook. Underlying, it calls some 2-3 APIs, which you can see. I can show you that as well. So this is how you do it. This is one custom hook which I created. It is already part of the code. You can go and have a look at it also. So what it is it accepting a configuration ID by default first. Okay, and this returns you this data, not at one shot, based on the demand basis inside this. Because inside this, when you call a data, if there is an error, it will give you error message. Rest, this will be undefined. In this, if you are calling an API and if you got a successful response, then I'll set the data to this particular attribute. Okay, we'll show the code. And basically, what once it is done, so if you get the data, it means that you have successfully finished your request. This is what it happens. So I've created a simple this user effect hook, where what we are doing is we are reading from the data, if it is there, for this particular query. And how do we initialize that? See here, this also gives you one function, handle initialize. It means what is that is for, see, when I use this hook, I don't want to call immediately that start request. So I need to initialize on my demand basis, maybe on click of a button, on click of a scroll button. So there is an event trigger point, right? I need. So that's the reason I gave you handler, and you call this handler whenever you on demand basis. So that is where the next step says, this is already, this is a button click event. Here is what you can call by passing your query ID. In this case, event ticket query ID, right? So I'm going to paste this code. Where do I paste? This is the verification page. I'm going to open the verification page. We'll go here. So I'll paste the hook here. We'll show you that hook. And the second is, see, right now when you click on that verify button or something in that page, nothing happens. Now what I'm doing is I'm going to call this function which I've created. Okay. Now, good. Okay. Now the front end part is done. Now, as I told you, this hook will call actually two APIs. One for initialization, one for getting the response. Like in social login, this is also similar to social login. In social login, we'll do two things. First, we'll start the initialization. Then we'll get a code from that identity provider, right? And using that code, what we are going to do is we will exchange for a ID token. Here also same thing. We'll get a code back. With the code, you call again one more API and get the actual verified presentation. So let me show you that hook. Actually, this is the hook which I created. Don't worry, we are going to redirect flow. So this is the hook. Now what happens is, if you see this is the handle initiate function which you get called by passing your query ID. All we are doing is we are calling one API, which is IOTA request. I think the function is defined here. In the top only I created. See, these are the two functions I am calling. This is the one function which calls, this is the one API call which calls, and the other one is the response one. Okay. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create these API handlers. So that's what we are going to do in the next step. Let's open the redirect flow, which is the start part. I created just API handler with dummy code. You can open that. Now if you go and see here, there is nothing here. Now this is where we are going to write using TDK. We will start the session. So this is simple. From the body we are getting, where is that? Yep. Yes. Okay, this is from the body. Basically what you are doing is configuration. This is your IOTA configuration ID and query ID, what you are passing it, and what is your redirect URL, because in the server we also match with against with whatever you configured, so that we'll avoid that attacks. And the secondly, this is straightforward for any TDK. In this case we are calling IOTA API. What you are doing is you are calling a method called initiate data request by passing all the information which you are doing it here, which you got from here. And finally, once if it is done, we will give you two IDs. This is the ID which you already passed here during initialization, which you can store as your unique identifier from your side, application side. And the transaction ID is what we get from the our side, Affinity side. So I'm going to copy this code. Hope it is clear. I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Now this is how you start initialization, right? Now the next step is like we need to, once if we get the code back from the redirect URL, using that code you need to exchange with the data, right? So that is what your next API endpoint is for. I'm going to open that endpoint, which has nothing inside that. Here also you don't have anything. Now we are going to, what we are doing is, see, this is the response code you will get from the URL. Using that URL, that response code, and you pass a configuration ID. This is the correlation ID you got from during the initialization time, and this is the ID which we gave you as part of response when you initialize. This all ensures that you are making the right person is making the call. That's all. Okay. And the next is also similar. You call the same IOTA API, and now this time you are calling the give me the response, some method called fetch IOTA VP response. By passing all the information, finally what you get is the verifiable presentation. I will print it and I'll show it to you. I will copy this code and I'll paste it here. So, sorry, develop a tendency to do format always. Now let's run the application. So now go back to the application. Now my application is already running. Now ideally, this is the verification API. We added that part of Eventy. Ideally, it will be a different application. So you can make it as a different application. Okay. So now this is where, when you click on this button, we are calling our backend API, which is that IOTA start flow, which is this one. And once what there is, like, let's try it out. I'll click this button. Now what happens is, it created the token and it went back to the vault. And it identified in the server side now with the configuration which you gave, we are going to read and we found the pegs that you are requesting, what kind of pegs, and we'll run the pegs inside your vault. right? Like this is your database, right? We take that PEX which you have defined in your portal config here, and we'll run inside this vault, and it identifies there is something called ticket VC. If you look at that, here is on screen, and when you click this, you can see the ticket details here. If there is no data, it will obviously tell you that there is no data found in your vault. Okay. Now what happens when you click this? Basically, you are presenting this ticket with your private key, signing, and you are sending that back to the Affinity. Affinity will send you back to your to the application. See, now this is what your presentation looks like. Now let me copy this. Okay. I'll open the JSON viewer. Let me show you this. So what is this VP? This is a verifiable presentation. Let me show you simple VC. It contains a VC actually. If you go and see here, this is the VC. So finally, this is the presentation which contains a VC, and the presenter is this ID. So now always it matches with holder ID should be matched with the verifiable VC ID. In VC also you have a holder. This is how we will match the presenter versus the holder, right? Now even you can go to the portal and you can verify it. Underlying we have verified. See, to verify this, it is all simple libraries are there, buddy. It's like to do a calculation, you have math random general functions. Similarly, there are so many open source libraries where you can verify this VCs. So I'll paste this. Okay, this is one sample VC which you can see. This is a VC of type email. It contains credential subject. In this case, only just an email because it is email VC. If it is event ticket, it will have more information. Right? It contains what scheme it is, who issued it, when it is issued, does it has an expiry date, who is the issuer, what is the proof. This is what the proof it contains. This proof is used some signature and it will attach the proof. Every time whenever you do any tampering, say example, let me first try to click on submit. Now it says success, right? Now let me modify that email ID. When you click it, it says that it's false, validation is false. We also use the simple libraries to verify it. Similarly, verifiable presentation also same thing. Only the difference is it has a holder, presenter versus holder. Now when you click on submit, it verifies. If you change any of the information little bit also, it will tell you that invalid. Okay. Now what I am doing is I am just pasting it whatever I got the VC from the application portal here, and I will try to validate it here also. So it says success. If we try to tamper the ticket, so let me go to the ticket information. So this is the ticket. Maybe I am changing the event name, something. When you click on submit, say it says it's false. So this is how you issue a ticket and you verify the ticket.
So, I think what Parmesh showed us again to abstract back to what you can take away to your applications, right? So VC is nothing but a document. Any document, I think we can imagine a paperless world because more and more of our lives are digital, and even in flows which are not digital where you're assisted. I think Affinity's tech was also used way in the back when we had pandemic where people were traveling across borders with COVID vaccine certificate. India actually was the country who issued COVID vaccine certificate as W3CVC. So it's not a tech that is untested, untried. It's already 1 billion people have a verifiable credential in their home. So it's a technology that was used where people carried it on paper because we could not introduce wallets to the people. We could not use vaults to the people at that time. But imagine now that users can have this data. It's this JSON, that whatever you saw, is it for human beings? It doesn't look like, right? It's not human readable. Like PDF, paper, documents are human readable. It's actually made for machines. So machines can establish trust quickly. And in the age of misinformation that we deal with today, I think this makes our applications more efficient. Because now with many different workflows, you can imagine how you will exchange information from one party to another as it moves across hands. And mathematically, digitally, you can verify it. So it's the purpose-built tool for that part of the use case. So hopefully you take away that any document can become paperless. I mean, we can imagine paperless world. Any document can be verified without phone home scenario, as we call as architects. Like you don't have to go to the issuer. You don't have to integrate with an API to the issuer. And also a lot of the other details we could not go through. We definitely use a very simplified use case for the 90-minute session today. But it gets, there's a lot more capability in this technologies. Selective disclosure. You can only share how much you want. You can package multiple documents together and only share maybe 2 attributes from one document, 5 attributes from another document for the purpose of the context of the transaction. We can even do zero knowledge proof in future, like if that's relevant, that I just prove that I was here. I don't have to share my name, email, anything. I just can prove I was here at React conference and then get access to services. So in the age of DPDPA and the other privacy protection laws, I think we know that the world is moving in this direction, that the user should have more control over their data. And as developers, the technologies and tools are available. Everything you saw today is based on open standards. So you can pick and choose your choice of tools or infrastructure for any part of this workflow and plug and play with the rest of the ecosystem. So you can use issuance stack from Affinity and then verification stack from somewhere else. User can use Affinity Vault or maybe some other vault which is compatible with OID for VCI or OID for VP. So things like that. So I think that's the core. The protocol is the main thing. That world is, it's great that the last decade of work on these protocols have now made it mature enough for us to use it. Tooling exists, infrastructure exists, tech is matured. It's our imagination of where would you like to apply it in your applications as React developers to imagine different kinds of documents that are issued as digital I think we should be digital first. Every document should be digital first because it gives you 2 things. You know who the data came from, and when you're presenting it, this also has an audit trail. With a verifiable presentation, it's always self-signed. So you know who, it also acts as a deterrent. I cannot now try to sell a ticket to somebody else because when I present it, it will be clear, it can be reconciled that I was not the person who bought the first ticket. But delegation is also allowed in this technology. So if you want to allow reselling of the ticket, it's okay. The technology is not a barrier. You can have selective delegation on who are the authorities to who you're giving, who are the different other identities to who you want to provide the right authority to exercise this ticket when you are not there. So an expiry and revocation and everything else, which is power of digital tech. So hope you learned something new. Back to maybe Parmesh and Grajesh if you want to wrap up.
So right now, as you saw, is like ticket verification we see. The request right now, it's the first step because we have to create a backend APIs, right? Now we have APIs, right? If you want to request any other information, all you do is go to the portal, IOTA, you create another, go to the create configuration. You can add another PEX. So you can say simple like you can say like music, or name, something like that. And you can define a PEX. It's like one example I could say is like we have added additional module, right? Here it's a music preferences. So here what we are doing is we are requesting from your thing, we wanted a favorite genre and a music interest. So these are the 2 information. You can create a thing and you get a query ID. It's just 2 lines of code if you see here. One is use this hook. Finally, once you hook will take care of everything by calling request API and callback API, everything it does the task. And finally, you can use the use effect hook to get the data. Once the data is ready, it will obviously you will get the final data, and you can print the data or you can start onboarding process. Anything we can do in this. These are the simple way. Only the change will be in initiate call. You pass the request to the query ID. So in this case, I am passing a ticket query ID. If you wanted name, you can get that query ID of your particular PEX. As many as you wanted, you can call. The third module simply says that if you go to the application here, third module says. Here right now when you click on this button, nothing is happening, right? What we are doing is, we are requesting a music preferences from your world. Like if you go and see here, there is a section called music preferences. Or you can request a music preferences VC or something, like if you say pop or something like that. Now what we are doing is like, it will request for a particular VC, the information which is music preferences, and we are updating into configuration. And in the hook, we are calling the same thing. So we will call the initialization using the query ID, which is we got from the here from here if you create a like query ID. So finally you get the data, and with the data what we are doing is we are filtering. Let's go back to the application. What happens is, once you get the music preferences from the user, consumer directly, you can filter out and you can give a personal experiences or differential discounting. You can give a lot of things. So here, traditionally, that's all. What we are trying to simple is like, we are giving a physical world-like experience. Right now in physical, you don't own the data, you don't control your data. And to verification, we will always do a phone home scenarios. We are solving that problem. And there is no selective disclosure, as Grajesh and Giri told. Like if you want to select only, send my only part of my data without disclosing my entire information. With this tech, it is possible, right? So I'll go back to the, I think code session is done. So we'll go back to the slide deck, come back, buddy. I'll give it to Grajesh. He's in good hands. Thank you.
Thanks, Parmesh.
So yeah, as Parmesh showcased you, all this, the issuance, login, verification, and that that is what we wanted to give you a takeaway. How verifiable credential can help you with your real life use case, and what you can do is with the IOTA framework and the TDK that we have built, it will help you to go faster GTM with your any product life cycle. Like I said, this is all a happy flow where you save your details on your vault, and do a verification, all done. But you might be thinking, what else we can do it? Like just like an optional module that we have is a personalization recommendation. You can do the personalization recommendation on that. And another is like you can also delegate your access to any third party. And if let's say I have an issuer and I wanted to issue tickets to you, but then you delegate your access to a third party, that you can also do with this technology. You can also distribute this ticket to multiple any person. Like I being an aggregator, I can issue multiple tickets, and then I can share this ticket to multiple users. That is also possible with this technologies. And that's where we are saying with the holistic identity and with this branch, we can always have this transparency, control, provenance, and a reputation in place. Business should adopt this. And this is where Affinity Trust Network comes in a picture and help you to gain the vision of how you can create a user-centric application, how you can control of your data, how will you drive adoption with your consent-driven architecture, and while maintaining your privacy at your piece. So I'll not go with the details. There are a lot of things which has already been covered with a part of the workshop. We have a developer portal on the right-hand side, the consumer vault as a left-hand side. And this is not only limited to one of the use cases we have. You can use it multiple use cases for e-commerce, where hyper personalization can happen, differential discounting can happen. You can use it in travel and hospitality. Means you can give a personalized experience whenever you've gone to any of the hotel's room. If they knew the history, if they you share your details about your travel, they can give you customized plans for stay there. Similarly, with the subscription service and your employment verification can also be done immediately. We work with multiple partners of us. We call it as a partner, as a customer, and we solved real life use cases with different things. During the COVID area, we use the verifiable credentials, a powerful tool for verification of the COVID vaccination certificate in the Singapore airport. And we have this association with all our different customers, which have a unique problem statement with, like GrowGrub is endorsed by Anand Mahindra itself. This is a bicycle subscription cycle, which allows users to control their data, because when you're dealing with the kids details, your kids parents is very much details is like very I would say they don't need actually the details of any of the person that do a subscription for the bicycle. They only wanted to have the management, very little management for the data. So with this, we come to the end of this workshop, and I would like to come on to our Affinity booth, and we can have any discussion we have. We can have one-on-one conversation that we can schedule a demo, or we can have any of the thoughts that you have in your mind, any question that you have. you can come us in the booth and we can discuss. We can quickly get started with our Affinity tools that we already showcased it, and we have a documentation place with all the help that you wanted. We also do webinars, in-person meetings, for meetups and everything. So if you like to understand more about the Affinity tech and tools, please do join that. At Affinity, we have a vision where everyone can effortlessly and securely control, manage, and extract value from their data. This is what we are looking for. We wanted to change the data ownership for good. This brings to the end of this workshop. I would like to share as the feedback. As a startup, we also always looking for a feedback, and that help us grow, understand what exactly needed in the market. So please do scan this QR code, and you can collect a swag from our Affinity counter outside once you give the feedback. Thank you very much.
Really, thank you for your time. I know it's a lot of new tech. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. No keynote is later, and then after party tomorrow. Hope to see you around in one of the forums. Thank you.
One of the things that I missed is like Giri is doing a lightning talk tomorrow at in the main hall before the break. So do get into that meetup. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll leave the QR code up here so that on the session, any feedback is very valuable for us. If you try the dev tools, if you've experienced feedback on dev tools as well, feel free to share through the documents portal or drop a note to marketing.
React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React. React. React India. React India. React India. React India.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
What many brands are facing right now, it's more than a struggle. It's reached a critical point. They're battling a brand relevancy crisis. And it comes as no real surprise. I mean, look what they're up against in today's market. How can I stay relevant, stay differentiated while trying to cut through all of the market noise?
Look, it's a battleground, and digital experiences are now the competitive frontline. Competing today looks nothing like the past. Consumers' expectations and appetite for digital experiences are higher than ever, on more channels than ever.
Customers need to feel engaged, involved, and connected to brands through their experiences. And if you don't, there's plenty of others waiting for a shot.
You need to stay in lockstep with customers, with experiences that make connections, that make you stand out.
Or else, you're not. And where does that leave your brand?
Introducing Affinity, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans.
Why do so many companies struggle with IT and software development? Why is it so hard to attract great talent and service providers? And what separates the fast-moving tech pioneers from the stragglers that always keep lagging behind? My name is Sushil, and together with Balu and Oliver, we are the founders of Talentship. At Talentship, we've consolidated our 25-year experience. We've founded, built, and sold 5 global tech companies with headcounts of up to 400 people. We have built excellent IT teams across 11 countries. We develop products that are now being used by more than 25% of the Fortune 500. And we have run several IT consulting and software development companies on 3 continents. Our biggest challenge has always been building a strong product and IT team. Up until 3 years ago, when we finally got it right and developed a unique method that put an end to our challenge. Ever since, it's been like a dream come true. We've got the top 5% talent working on our teams. We fill open positions like this. Quality and speed of output are on all-time highs, and we're delivering complex products like clockwork. And our cost is even 50% lower than before. No more struggles with IT. We know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
And here's how we can help you succeed. Firstly, based on our eye-opening experience in India 3 years ago, we have developed our own data-driven method of finding premium engineers quickly and at scale. This way, we are able to provide you with virtual in-house teams that have exactly the skill set you need. Their output is world-class, meeting and exceeding European standards. Secondly, we only employ very senior IT experts to manage the teams, both in India and in Europe. Our managers have been in your shoes. They bring your virtual in-house team to high performance, and this is where the magic happens. Thirdly, we follow our proven playbook to create a strong in-house team culture and tear down language, intercultural, and communication barriers. We know how to make our teams, yours, fully embedded in your culture and processes.
State-of-the-art product development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, sophisticated data engineering, cloud migrations, or 24/7 DevOps. Whatever your challenge, with Talentship you will have top talent working for you quickly. Over the last 3 years, we have successfully demonstrated the power of our Talentship method in more than 100 projects. We have surpassed the results of traditional in-house, freelance, and outsourcing models by far. We are so confident we even back it up with a guarantee for you. So, if you would really like to address your IT challenges, and if you like the idea of working with an experienced partner who's been in your situation many times over, please book an assessment call with us now.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed.
With strong allies.
Where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one.
With visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes.
We're now
Blessed to the next.
with 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
What many brands are facing right now, it's more than a struggle. It's reached a critical point. They're battling a brand relevancy crisis. And it comes as no real surprise. I mean, look what they're up against in today's market. How can I stay relevant, stay differentiated while trying to cut through all of the market noise?
Look, it's a battleground, and digital experiences are now the competitive front line. Competing today looks nothing like the past. Consumers' expectations and appetite for digital experiences are higher than ever, on more channels than ever.
Customers need to feel engaged, involved, and connected to brands through their experiences. And if you don't, there's plenty of others waiting for a shot.
You need to stay in lockstep with customers, with experiences that make connections, that make you stand out.
Or else, you're not. And where does that leave your brand?
You don't know them, that won't be possible because we are trying to pay the AVs and everything on our live stream. So it's not possible that you don't know them. They are our platinum sponsors. They have been here since past 4 years, always supporting to make this happen. So like all credit goes to the team who is behind it. And definitely you should check out their booth. They have been here like tomorrow, right? Tomorrow you will be there with the entire team, so please be there. And then I give it to you guys, and hopefully we have some audience online as well, so please say hello to them. So yeah, I got to know that there are around like 5,000 people watching us right now, so that's a good number.
Thank you. Well and loud? All right, yeah. So quick fun question, right? How many people it takes to fix a display? Did you count? It was around 8 people, right, just to fix the HDMI. All right, so guys, my name is Sajan. I'm a Senior Director of Technology at Publicis Sapient. We are a digital transformation company, and 15,000 plus employees all over the world, right? And interestingly, one of the largest JavaScript community in any organization, almost 2,000 plus people within the company working on various front-end and React Native and React and Angular and whatnot, right? Various projects. Vikash, do you want to go next?
Hey, Vikash, this side. I work with Sapient as Director of Technology. It's been more than 18 years. Thank you.
Go.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so Vikas and I are going to talk about Edge AI, right? It sounds very fancy. Now, in the next 1.5 hours, we're actually going to show you how simple it is to actually build your own GenAI solution from ground up, right? And you can build super awesome React extensions and whatnot, on the front end as well, right? So that's the high-level agenda. And the first section I am going to take, it's going to be a little bit of boring because it's theory, right? Less coding, more theory, and a little bit of coding as well, right? And we are not going to do single line of code by ourselves. We actually going to use the ChatGPTs of the world to generate the code as well, right? So please connect your hotspot if in case you would like to kind of tag along with us, yeah? All right, so from a high-level agenda for my section, I'm going to talk about GenAI as a evolution, right? Like how did we get here? And then what are some of the popular models available right now? And what exactly are the open source and the affordable models available in the market? Then we talk about how do you identify a right model for your own requirement? And then how do you actually test it? How do you run it locally? Then how do you actually build something on top of it, right? So I talk up to certain section, and then I'll hand over to Vikash, and Vikash is going to take it over from there and actually showcase you how do you run AI agents and code extensions on top of solutions such as this. All right? Okay, so quick question, right? So let's make it a little interactive. So what is GenAI according to you? Who want to go first? Lot of trademark issues. Okay, that's what GenAI for you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, there is large language model behind the back. Okay, what else? Anyone else? So if somebody asks you, like say your child asks you, right, what is GenAI? How do you explain? What is it? Okay, fair enough, right? So basically in simple words, right, it's an AI model that has the ability to predict text, generate text-like content, and sometimes some models can generate images as well, or sound and video as well, right? But it has the ability to produce content from whatever knowledge it has gained from the current ecosystem, right? So in a very summary, that's what GenAI is all about, right? Now let's get into the boring part of it. How did we get here, right? So primitive generative analytics models has been part of statistics and mathematics for decades, right? So people have been using this. And then what happened is in 90s, suddenly this word AI became a little more prominent, right? Any 80s born folks here? Any 90 borns, early 90s? Awesome. So have you heard the word deep blue? Anyone heard the word deep blue? Okay, see model called Deep Blue. So what happened in 1996, but then the chess champion, world chess champion was a Russian, Garry Kasparov. So Garry Kasparov got defeated by this supercomputer at playing chess, right? Deep Blue was specialized in playing chess. So it actually defeated world chess champion against, so Deep Blue won 2 games and made 3 draws, right? So obviously they didn't play the 6th one, he lost it. Interesting fact is in 1995, 1 year before, Garry Kasparov won 4 games against Deep Blue, and last 2 games he lost. And then they ended the series there, right? So within 1 year, the system evolved so much, learned by itself so much, that it was able to predict Gary's move much faster the next time, right? That's when the world actually took a pause, noticed there is something like this coming up, there is something like this cooking up, right? So it was an interesting turning moment in terms of deep learning and AI world. Then in 2013, there were 2 gentlemen, Klang and Max, came up with this variational autoencoders called VACE. It had the ability to actually generate realistic images and speech from existing data, right? So that was the very, very beginning. And then in 2017, interestingly, Google researchers came up with a paper called Attention is All You Need. All right. Now, what happened here is that they introduced something called transformer architecture, which is a neural network architecture. It has the ability to, it basically have multiple components, right? One is that there is a encoder, decoder component, and then mechanism, and then it has something called self-attention mechanism. So what it does is it has the ability to learn from stuff and then pay attention to the context and learn it from it, and then has the ability to predict. Now, if you get into a little more details of it, right? Again, a little boring part, but just to give a little more details about it, in the encoder part, what it does is it basically, let's say the word is sky is blue, right? It learning the word sky is blue. It breaks that word into sky, is, and blue, right? And in ML world, they call it as tokenization, right? They break the word into tokens. Then these tokens are converted into vectors. Basically, if you give the token, the word directly to algorithm wouldn't understand, right? So what they do is they convert into numerical values like 1s and 0s, okay? And then that is called vectorization, and then that is fed into a vector DB or someplace. And then this encoder, what it does is it actually has the ability to identify the patterns between these numerical values. So there are 2 types, right? One is that, a bidirectional pattern. So if you give a word, it has the ability to traverse backwards and frontwards and then figure out the pattern and relationship. Then there is one called unidirectional, which actually has the ability to, you give a word, it has the ability to predict the next word, right? But in bidirectional, it has the ability to predict a missing word also in a large sentence, right? So if you give sky, what is the color of sky? It starts from sky is a bug, sky is in the atmosphere, And then it will actually ask, okay, color, what are the color options? And then eventually it will give you the right answer, sky is blue, right? That's what behind the screen is happening, all right? Then self-attention is nothing but basically it has the ability to adapt and learn and contextualize the data based on the information you keep on feeding to it, all right? So this is what transformer model and transformers model and architecture. And interestingly, Google came up with in 2017, ChatGPT adopted it too. And now you all know who's the number one right now, right? So it's a very interesting fact. All right, so how does actually this thing work, right? So I told a little bit about it, right? But then just like any other ML model, right, or AI application, there is always a machine learning model behind it. That gentleman actually talked about large language model, right? We will get there in a minute. But ultimately, any GenAI solution works on something called foundation model, right? Foundation model is basically ML model that is pre-trained on large amount of data. Now, when I'm talking about large amount of data, to give you an example, in 1 gigabyte of a text file, can you imagine the number of words? Just a guess. I know it's boring, but just help me, right? Right. It's actually 175 million words in 1 gigabyte, right? And then some 100 plus million is a petabyte. And then if you're talking about, right, there are terabytes of data fed into GPT and BERT, Gemini, right? That's why the accuracy and the context is so good. So these foundation models, with these transformation architectures, it has the ability to learn, predict, and have ability to contextualize the data for you. When you keep on feeding more data, it has that ability. All right. Now, if you look at what is LLM, right? So all this GenAI, as all of you know, is based on LLMs. Now, if you look at what is LLM, LLM is just an instance of a foundation model, right? And it is specifically for generating text or text-like data. Okay. So when you prompt something, LLM goes through that vectorized data and then figure out what is the best output it can give you in a contextualized manner, right? And for that, you need to keep on also to improvise your data. You also need to keep on training the data with pre-tuned, predefined models. And that there are multiple models you can give, like supervised data and unsupervised data based on the needs. And based on all that, your LLM keep on getting evolved and can become better over time. So when every version of new GPT comes, that's exactly what actually happened behind the screen, right? So they keep on adding the number of parameters. Now, there is this term called parameter. The parameter is basically when you train the LLM models, what happens here is, these are called variables, right? So everything it learned from the context, it's called a parameter, right? So right now, GPT has how many? 175 billion. 450, 70 kind of billion of parameters have been trained on, right? So that's one benchmark for you to look at, when you look at the models for your own requirements, LLM models for your own requirements, that's another scale you can look at, right? I mean, what would be the accuracy you may get? Because the more the number of parameters, more accuracy and clarity in the, and less hallucination by the models, all right? To summarize, right? This is the building block, right? So there are generative from large data set, it has the ability to generate new content. How does it do that? Using the architecture, the transformer architecture, it has the ability to utilize the patterns and structures within the data to make predictions, right? And keep on training and fine-tuning, these models have the ability to kind of improvise themselves, right? And that's how you get a basic LLM. I'm going a little faster because we have a lot to cover. I hope you're catching up to speed with me so far, right? Awesome. Now let's look at two popular models, right? There is BERT and there is GPT, right? BERT is what Gemini is powered, and GPT is obviously ChatGPT powered, right? So I talked about transformer model, both works on transformer architecture. The major difference is BERT has the ability to do bidirectional. GPT has ability to go unidirectional. Like I said, in bidirectional, it has the ability to traverse on all directions simultaneously, right? So it is very good in sentiment analysis, Q&A, and all those things. Whereas GPT is extremely good in able to predict the next word, next sequence of words as well, right? So that makes him a better storyteller, content creator, code generation, and all those things. It's actually much better, right? Again, these are like neck and neck, right? I mean, if you actually in real world, if you compare, you will get almost same result. But just to understand the thinking process here, right, between two ways adopted, two big companies adopted these two different models, right? Now, this is all great, right? So this is all for big companies, and you can use one of their API and build your own application, great, right? But if you really want to scale and if you want to do large scale, you have to spend a lot of money because also tokens are expensive, right? If you're doing it for an enterprise scale, it can become expensive, right? That's where open source LLMs comes, right? These are cheap, cost effective, and these are basically community driven, right? And there is a lot of transparency, and one of the bigger other advantages, you have complete control on your data here, right? You are not passing the data on the cloud, or you don't want to pass the data outside your network, and you can seclude it completely within your infrastructure, right? Now, if you remember, right, our workshop actually talk about Edge AI as a keyword, right? Edge AI is just a fancy word to run a machine learning model on your edge devices like this MacBook. Or actually 2 weeks ago, I was in another presentation, I was able to run an entire LLM in a Raspberry Pi, right? How many of you heard the word Raspberry Pi? How many of you know Raspberry Pi? Excellent, everybody knows, right? So I was on a Raspberry Pi 5 latest model with 8 GB RAM. I was actually able to run an entire LLM out of that small, tiny model piece, and then able to even build a RAG on top of it like a chat bot, and was able to get a decent output out of it, right? So it's that easy, right? If you pay attention for like next half an hour, you can literally run an LLM on your machine and start building application on top of it, right? But sometimes we do make things complicated, and when you look at it from the outside, it might look a little scary. But one of the reasons why we want to do it is because we want to simplify that, right? It's not that difficult, and as more and more we all are evolving with prompt engineering, React is great to have skill, but it's also important to know what else can be done, right? As a 10x engineer or as a polyglot, right? That's the idea. All right, now coming back to some of the popular open source LLM, right? Now there are some interesting facts, right? All the biggies in the enterprise world have been contributing on the open source side as well. And some of them are really good, right? For example, Llama is extremely good in generic use cases. Gemma from Google has a version, multiple parameter versions are there, but then very good in code generation and super fast. One of the fastest LLM open source one is Gemma. And then there is Mistral, which is actually the Mistral AI, if any of you are familiar with that French startup, they are also into, their solution is also pretty good. Command R+ is another startup doing pretty good work. And then Microsoft has Phi, and Quen has Quen from Alibaba, and then Nemetron from NVIDIA, right? Nemetron, I think, required GPU as a default, and I don't think you will be able to run without a GPU, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is that, right, at the outset, all LLM has the ability to generate content, right? But each one of them differ with respect to what it can do best, right? So when you pick one LLM model for your own use case, you need to have some work, like some homework needs to be done, right? For example, like in our company, when we were working on this solutioning GenAI piece for one of our Middle Eastern client, there is this problem of Arabic language, right? Not all LLM models would understand Arabic language or, trained on that. So, that actually makes things a little difficult, but also interesting, right? Because, then we were able to actually find a good LLM model that is trained in Arabic as well. And then on top of it, we were able to fine tune it and build an amazing solution for our client, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is that, you need to understand, write down your requirement, figure out, and then go and do some testing to figure out which LLM works best for you in your use case, right? Now, how do you test it, right? Great, I mean, there are LLMs, right? And I have a Mac, and how do I test it now, right? So there are tools available online for doing this also, right? The first one is called Perplexity. It's still kind of under, I would say, not that great. So if you look here, right, Perplexity has this some of the models, right? Very few models, like Liquid and Llama mainly, right? But now if you go to, there is another one from Versal called AI Playground. These guys are amazing, right? So for $20 a month, you will get this interface. You have almost all the popular, whatever model has an API, it's pretty much there, right? You can compare neck to neck, and you can compare the result also. Let me see if I have a screen open. Yeah. So if you look here, right, I actually created a button component on Cloud. How many of our Cloud fans here? Has any of you used? Right? Amazing, right? The code quality. And then there is OpenAI GPT-4 also, right? So if you look at it, pretty much same code it generated, but then you can see that when you start observing the details, right, you will see that I just created a very simple prompt, right? Like create a reusable React button component. That's all I put, right? But then these guys actually created a disable mode. They created a customization of variant, whatnot, right? And then on the other side, these guys also created something similar, but slightly probably one step below or behind, right? So again, using these tools, you can actually test these LLMs first, right? For your use case, do a POC, right? And then once you have that finalized using these tools, then you need to figure out how do I run locally? How do I run this on my machine, right? So that's the next. So like I said, right, you can even run it on Raspberry Pi, and you can also run it on your desktop or your MacBook or Windows. We will see how in the next couple of slides. But if you have a gaming computer at home, does anybody have a gaming device at home, gaming PC? Awesome, right? You guys can actually go and install some really good LLMs and try it out because it does have some GPU muscle as well to utilize. Right? But for smaller models, under 8 billion parameters, you can use almost all of these open source LLM models at your computer, and it does give pretty fast and decently accurate response. Right? Now, this is all great, right? How do I run? How do I run this on my local, right? So there are hard ways, and then there are easier ways. First, let's look at the hard way, right? I mean, again, this is not a hard way for a traditional AI/ML engineer. This is the way they operate. But then I take shortcuts, right? I'm lazy to set it up in proper way. So I generally, to learn, I take the easiest shortcut possible. So in the hard way is that, you will use a Hugging Face and PyTorch and Python transformers. And then you write a script. It will download an LLM model for you. And then you write another script with either you take an input as a prompt, or you will write the prompt hard-coded like you see it on my screen. And then you run it and you get a response, right? Overall, very time consuming, right? Then there are easier ways, right? Since we all love React and we all love VS Code and stuff like that, right? There are applications like LM Studio and Jan, right? These are packages you can download from internet, all right? And use it. So let me show you one of them. All right, so this is Jan, and Jan has the ability to load different models, right? I mean, I can install any LLM model from the open source world, and yeah, I can just talk to it, right? Right? And by the way, this is running completely offline. Even if I don't have internet connection, it will work. It is running the entire thing on my local machine, right? And it comes with a brilliant UI also. And there is something called parameter settings, right? So like I said, right, there are parameters, and then there are model fine-tuning and parameter settings you can do. There are a lot of details out there. I'm not touching upon that. Vikas will probably do a little bit on that as well, right, Vikas? Awesome. Cool, so this is Jan. Then let me show you another one. All right, this is the LM Studio one, right? LM Studio also has the ability for you to install different models, right? It also provides a beautiful API for you to interact with. I haven't played with it yet, but if you go to the developer tab, it has the ability to actually, you can set up a API and then connect to these models using your programming, whatever choice of language you may want to use, right? That's the idea, right? So these are all great, right? Now, I'll also show you my favorite way. Yep. So there is something called Ollama, right? Ollama is like, take it as your Docker, right? Equivalent of a Docker for running LLM, right? You install Ollama with just one command, right? And then you can start running another command, pick a model name, just run that. First time it will automatically install it for you, and next time onwards it will automatically initialize for you, and then you can start communicating on it, right? So let me also show you an example. In case any of you like to download for the hands-on workshop, do it right away. While I'm talking, go to ollama.com, download, install, and then install something called Gemma 2 billion parameter. Do not install Gemma latest. Install Gemma 2 billion parameter because that is around 1.5 GB. So on your hotspot, you should be able to download it pretty faster, right? And then we can do some hands-on coding also in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, while you're trying to figure out installing this, right, I'll just show you a quick demo. Oh boy. So if I do a Ollama list, right, you can see that I have a couple of LLM modules already installed. My favorite is Gemma 2, and run that. Yeah, I'm up and running. So I have a command prompt with my LLM model running. And you see the speed, right? If I ask him to tell me a joke, every time this guy will tell me one joke. It's the atoms joke, right? And I bet it will be the atoms joke, isn't it? I don't even have to look. This guy will always tell the atoms joke to begin with. But the point is, it's really fast. Compared to other models, I have seen this model to be very fast, and the 7 billion parameter, the one it has a lot of accuracy. And if you want to build code generation tools like VS Code extension, the one Vigash has built, similar things, right? You can actually, do that using some of these models, right? If you want to keep the cost in control, all right? So this is how you run Ollama on a very, very basic stage, right? So if you wanted to play around with a model, the easiest way is go to ollama.com. Models are available on their website. Just download whatever models you want to try out. And they have also category, right? For code generation, which model is the best and other things. There are some categories given there. Pick your choice and then come Ollama run, and that's it, right? You're up and running. So it's as simple as that, right? Literally in 10 minutes. Now you can say that actually you know how to run an LLM, right? So that's the whole idea. All right. Cool. I'm assuming at least some of you installed Ollama by now. Has anyone installed Ollama? No? Slow? Very slow? All right, cool. Okay, so then just tag along with me. I will walk you through, right? So the beauty of Ollama is that it also have a nice API. It's very similar to OpenAPI structure. Isn't it, Vigash? You tried recently, right? Both. Slightly different, but almost same parameter. Okay. So it's very similar to OpenAPI structure. So you just have to pass what model you want and your prompt, and then you have an option to stream, enable the stream or not, right? Again, Vigash will talk about it. And then you can add some parameters like fine tuning. And that's it, right? You're all set, right? You can start building application locally on it, right? Now, I was hoping we all will have some fast data, but it looks like it's not. So I will probably just explain this. In case you wanted to, so like I said, right, I am lazy. I don't write code anymore. I just use prompts to generate code. And then I further improve my prompts so that I can generate the code out of the computer. Writing code seems to be a little old-fashioned right now. So I'm sure some of the purists in the room might feel offended, but I'm sorry. But some of us are lazy, and from Stack Overflow, we just migrated to, say, GenAI, right? Awesome. So there is, so the way I do it is that we use something called prompt engineering, right? And if you scan this QR code, or if you go to my repo, on the README, there is a prompt written, right? So this entire application, so what I did is I created a ChatGPT clone, and I used a Node.js as a backend proxy server, and then React application on the front end to create that OpenUI kind of a interface, right? Now, so let me also show you that prompt so that I can just talk about how do we frame a form as well. So if you look here, right, this is something called RISE format, right? The idea here is that you tell the bot first, give him a role, right? You tell him he's a developer or an architect and an expert in certain technology, and then you tell them what exactly you want, right? So I tell I want to use Olama, and then I given the Olama API endpoint also, because sometimes there is a chance of hallucination, because it might go and fetch one of the oldest version of API structure and could give me trouble. Because I am being lazy, I will try to be upfront with all the information, right? So I give all the details like that, right? Then I talk about what kind of environment I want to set up, right? I talk about I want a backend to be done using Node and Express. That should be interfacing with my Olama API endpoints. And then I want a front end which actually connect to this backend, right, to communicate with Olama. It won't directly communicate with Olama. So I give all those instructions. Then I tell them some features like this I wanted. But the demo I created was slightly simple, so I don't have these advanced features added. But this is a very basic structure, right? So just to give you an idea, the more clarity you give in your prompt, the better the result you will get from the models, right? So when you write I want a React button component, try to write next time, I want a React button component which is reusable and should take care of all the NFR requirements such as ARIA levels and performance and whatever else you can think of. Or if you want to make it themable or whatever, right? Just call it out upfront, right? And tell them to give all the best practice, and also tell them, suggest, if you have alternate approach, show me that also, right? Then it will show you, and then you can pick one of them and then start proceeding, right? Again, this is slight deviation from our main theme, but I just thought I'll just put it out there that, the better your prompt engineering skills, the better the output you can get and become more lazy like me. All right, so let me actually now run the demo. Right, so this is a very simple UI. It has a prompt engine, like a text box and send, right? That's it, right? It's running on my local host. There it is, right? So it started talking to me. Now, I will tell the same job. And I bet it will give me atoms. That is my way of testing it's working, right? But the idea here is that it's this simple, right? If you actually look at it, we spend around half an hour and 30 minutes, and then we were able to actually come to a stage where you can download Olama, set it up if you're at home with faster internet, and follow me prompt engineering. In 5 minutes, you have the code up and running. You just have to copy paste the code and run it, right? You just have to run node server and Let me also show you some bit of code as well so that time, okay. Sure. So this is the, a React front-end code I have made the app to GenAI to generate. And then this is a server code, right? That's it. And like I said, right, it is actually doing the communication with Olama. And then rest everything is handled as per the instruction given to the model, right? But this whole thing took me literally 10 minutes to compile, right? That's the point I want to talk about. All right. So now let's look at something called RAG. How many of you know what is RAG? Okay. Diksha knows. Tell me, Diksha. Smart. All right. What about you? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So he's right? So your LLM can be pretty not that smart, right? So if you ask, what's the weather in Goa? We know it's raining, but this guy would tell you, I do not have that access to information, right? Because I am just a model trained on certain presets, predefined data, right? So now how do you give context to the data, right? How do you give relevant data? How do you give live data or your customized personal data to, right? So now if you remember again, the first topic I was talking about transformer, where you chunk things, break things into tokens and vectorize and feed it. That same approach goes here also, right? So now what you can do is there is something called RAG model, which is again very simple. Wordings are big, but thing is simple. It's called retriever and generator. I'm sorry, I am not showing the slide. Yeah, there you go. Right, so there is a thing called retriever and generator, right? So retriever is what he was talking about. You can fetch an API or you can fetch data from a document. You break it into chunks and basically you tokenize it is what the right word, and then you feed it into a vector DB or store it somewhere. If it is API, you can directly pass it to the prompt saying that the weather in Goa today is from Open Weather AI. You capture the weather and say that when you send the prompt to LLM, you say that today's Goa weather is 45 degrees. And then pass the message, right? So then this guy will customize it and make it all beautiful with some smileys and emoticons and whatnot and send it back to you, to your user, right? So similarly, you can, let's say you are building a personal assistant, right? What you'll do is you upload all your documents, such as say Aadhaar card or bank statements or whatsoever, and then they will kind of tokenize it and then put it in a vector DB. And then when you ask for, okay, can you give me my Aadhaar card and my passport number? This guy will go and search it from the vector DB and then pass that data to the model, and then model will contextualize it and give it back to the user, right? So it's as simple as that, right? Again, if you spend like 45 minutes to 1 hour, you can actually learn the basics and implement one RAG model. Due to time constraint because of the initial hiccups, I will brush through this. All right, so now like companies like ours, right, or yours, right, so large enterprise companies, if we wanted to, when we built our own ChatGPT version, we wanted to build a solution where our people have entire context on the enterprise, also able to generate architectural diagram and use all our historical system knowledge, right? So we actually built our own this fine-tuned LLM model, and on top of it, we contextualized all our data so that when our engineers search, right, they have roles to select like AI architect or something like that, and then it can even generate architectural diagrams, generate the code. It can even give you that entire end-to-end solutioning, right, as an architect for our engineers, right? So that is the way you can also build your own, enterprise level or your own personal assistant as well, right? So you will use all your business data, right? Then you actually convert them into these chunks or tokens, right? And then that tokenized chunks are kind of converted into embeddings, which is I talked about that numerical values, right, in the very beginning. And then that is stored in a vector store, right? And then what happens is user, when it query asks something, first it will go and fetch the data from the vector DB, and then pass that details to query plus that context to LLM, and then LLM in return give the response, right? This is how it works. Now, I have a very simple example of a live integration. since time is very limited, let me just run that backend server, and then VB, I'll hand it over to you. All right. I think I'm running that model only. Let me just try. Yeah. So what I did is I implemented a very simple Bitcoin price index integration onto my code, right? So first, when I enter that command, right, what happens is I'll just show you the log so that you understand better. Right. So I entered Bitcoin price, right, on the UI. It captured it, and then what it did is it is actually made an API call, retrieved the Bitcoin price, right, and then passed that to the model, right, and then model responded back. It looks like you integrated, interested in real-time price. You provided a cutoff which appears to be accurate for some cryptocurrency, whatever, and basically you got that response back, right? It's very, very simple if you look at it, right? It is kind of, might look a little scary in the very beginning, but if you put your mind and heart to it for 1.5 hours, you will be able to do this very easily with the help of all the GenAI tools available right there in the market. All right, so that's pretty much I want to cover, right? These are the fundamentals and basics. Now, Vigash is going to take over from here, and he's going to talk about how to build on top of it, right? How do you build tools like extensions and AI assistants and workflow, improving workflows and automating them and stuff like that. All right, thank you so much. Just keep mine, give it back.
No? Now, yes? Okay. So I think that was interesting to see how Sarjan made it so easy to use like local models on your machine, right? And start working with it on databases. Give me 1 second. Let me quit from this. Okay. And I want to start with very simple. When I started working with large language models like LLMs, the kind of feeling that I had, this is the kind of feeling. I don't know how many of you have seen the movie. This is Krish, I believe, right? Or some Jadoo, right? So I felt like it is magic, right? And when I started working with these LLMs, maybe 2 years back or 2.5 years back, I realized that it's not working very well in so many contexts. When I say in so many contexts, it doesn't go and it starts hallucinating or it starts fading very quickly as soon as you talk about things like if you ask any recent data, let's say you ask, hey, who won the Haryana election in 2024? Like it will say, no, I don't know about the Haryana elections. Or maybe you talk about any other question which just recently happened yesterday, right? Or maybe a couple of days back, right? It won't be able to tell you. Similarly, the private data. You have a lot of API data with you, right? You have so many platforms where you're integrating your React applications, right, on day-to-day basis. You also have things like Publicis Sapient has a lot of plethora of boilerplates that we use for our client work. And those boilerplates are set up with a lot of best practices. So Arjun was talking about that when you ask LLM, it does write code, but it is not of the high quality, right? How many of you feel that the code that it generates still not to the standards that you want? How many of you feel that? Yeah, I also. I'm in the same boat, by the way. But at Sapient, the kind of ecosystem that we are building for generative AI, the AI-based solutions, we are not only looking at the code generation with the quality, we are also ensuring that how do we build the whole SDLC, how do we make it so easy for our engineers, for our community to work with the very high quality product deliverables? How? So we have a lot of context available in terms of the best practices. What we do is we work with a lot of prompt enrichment and also the context enrichment with the tools that we are using in our day-to-day projects, right? So for example, if I'm asking, hey, I want to write a product listing page with this particular API, let's say any open source API, fake store API, right? It should be able to write the code with highest quality with all the NFRs, including like accessibility, performance, SEO, right? Why? Because under the hood, we are writing a lot of agentic approach, and we're also doing a lot of our own RAG-based solution and a lot of refinements as well on different models based on the industry-specific use cases. And using that ecosystem, we rather than focusing only on the code, the focus is on complete life cycle, right? Starting with integration, like let's say Atlassian, you want to work with Jira, right? Within your ID, you really don't want to go to Jira application and say, hey, these are my acceptance criteria, and copy it and give it to the chat GPT. Now, that doesn't work very well, right? In our case, what we want to save time, right? And to save time, we want to have all those integrations within our ecosystem. And that's the kind of problem statements that I would go with. And there are two solutions. Generally, you can solve this. First is RAG-based. I think Sarjan talked about it very quickly. In the interest of time, we couldn't cover with a lot many examples. But the other approach that you can do is agentic approach, because sometimes this RAG-based solution, where does it not scale very much, where you can't index the data, right? You can't make them vectorize because it is not directly available to you in an easy form, right? And for example, think about these. This, like, what do you see on the screen, right? What comes in your mind? The first thing that you see, what comes in your mind? A lot of APIs, a lot of integrations, web applications, right? You do a lot of integration with these APIs, correct? So what response comes from these APIs, right? How do you integrate your models with those APIs, right? So I want to go back and talk about how do you integrate with them and how do you automate the process using the agentic workflows, and rather than only focusing on the simple interactions or working with the models, right? Because it works with what it is trained on. Till the time you're asking the questions what it is trained on, it should be able to give you a very good result. It's just matter of fact that what kind of prompts you're writing to it. If the quality of your prompt is good, it will be able to. But if it doesn't have the context, if it is not trained on those that knowledge, it won't be able to answer, right? And for that, we want to make the custom solutions. Now, to start with, like Sarjan already showed you how to set up the local models locally. How many have you been able to download it? Okay, so before I jump on the agentic workflows, I want to spend some time and show you how easy is it to integrate with these local models locally on your chat interface, right? We'll quickly spend a couple of minutes on that example. Let me see if I can quickly bring it up. Okay, I think I need to step out from the presentation mode. Give me 1 second. And then I should bring it back. Okay. I'm sure it is not readable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the font size. Is it visible now? Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to work with the, so this is the code, right? And by the way, I was not aware that I'll be demoing this integration with Olama, to be very honest. A day before yesterday, Sarjan told me that, Vikash, do you want to quickly talk about how do you integrate this Olama within your own extension that you have built? And I said, yeah, let me quickly take a try. And like Sarjan does, I have become so kind of lazy. I don't write these days any code, and I only ask AI to write it, right? So what I did is I quickly asked it, hey, I want to integrate this. Can you start integrating this into my application? Of course, there were some hiccups because even these days, models like GPT-4o may not have latest information with these APIs. So you might have to tweak around a little bit by your own as well. So I think it's, but once you start the hang of it with your prompts and a little bit of your knowledge with these integration, I think you'll be able to get through it only within, like I was able to do it in 1.5 hours. the whole of the integration with the complete UI. Let's take a look at it. So a couple of things. There are few, when you talk about Ollama provides so many models, right? For example, on my screen, if I show you quickly, what do you see, right? I have these models available with me. Oh, this is hardly visible, but I can tell you Mistral, Llama, and I also tried the Llama, because some of these models, like Sarjan mentioned, some of these models are good for coding. Some of these models are good for reasonings. Some of these models are good for, I would say, let's say, image visualization, right? If you have to create an image or you have to convert the image to code, that we will quickly see with an example, right? So I have running 5 or 6 models on my machine. What I will do is, I'll quickly go back here. And then, this is what I'm trying to do here. This is workshop exclusive. And this is what it is. Okay, no. Yep, this is back. I'm on the companion thing. Okay. So now here, what I'm saying, I will skip directly to the integration part. So update user input models. Handle Ollama. Okay. So there are 2 API endpoints provided by Ollama, and since it has so many models, it takes care and give a lot of abstractions out of it. You don't need to worry about how different models give the response to you. You simply need to know about 2 APIs. One is Chat API, one is Generate API. Chat API is helpful when you want to build a solution where you want it to retain a lot of context and you have a lot of complex use cases. For example, you want to upload the images and you want to then keep on chatting like ChatGPT does, right? So with that use case, you want to use the Chat API. If you have simple requirement of generating some text, or you want to finish some half-baked sentence, or you want to do some reasoning without a lot of going back and forth, then you want to use the Generate API. So for my use case, what I have done is I have integrated the Chat API. Let's quickly take a look at it. So we are simply, and by the way, it is only 10, 20 lines of code, not more than that. In fact, if you think about the way you integrate with these models, it is only few lines of code. Apart from that, it is all my logic to work with the UI part, because the kind of UI that we will look at, it is the editor chat-based, AI-based chat engine, rather than working in the browser, because we being engineers, we want to work with only IDE part most of the time. At least I love with IDE, I working with the IDE, because yesterday only Sarjan and we were discussing that, Sarjan, I work with the browser a lot. But in my view, I said that no, I want to focus a lot in the, I have a basic question, I simply come here in the IDE while I'm coding, I can ask questions on any generic topics as well, okay? So here, I'm saying these are this is simply the logic for the streaming. If it is stream, do I need to do any streaming or not? But there is an endpoint. I will quickly, in fact, you don't need to even worry about the endpoint. Why I'm saying, because there is a Ollama library which is provided by JavaScript. This is a JavaScript library. You can use it, or you can use LangChain as well. When I tried with integrating LangChain, there were issues that I was facing. But with Ollama, it was very breeze. You simply need to install this NPM module. As soon as you do that, let's see, I'm using the interface for Ollama. There is a class here. Yeah, this is the class, right? This is the method that I'm using, chat method. As soon as you say ollama.chat, I'm passing a request payload. Now, this request payload has a specific structure. When you say specific structure, think of this way. You need to pass an object or an array of messages. And this is applicable for OpenAI. This is applicable for Ollama or any other model. Most of the cases, you have to provide an array of messages. What these messages are? These messages can be of, let's say, system context. How many of you work with this system context? Have you tried with setting up the system context and defining the roles for the model? Can you raise your hand? Roles. Okay. So when you work with models, it is also important that you define the role that your chat, whatever the solution that you are building, what is the role it is going to play. Let's say I am a doctor, right? Of course, I'm not, but let's say I'm a doctor, and I want my chat engine to behave like a doctor, right? It should respond my questions based on the way generally doctors speak, the language, right? So it should be able to respond in that language. Similarly, if I'm a product engineer, then I should be able to set the role for my model that, hey, you should behave like a product engineer. Similarly, if I am a front-end engineer or I am a like full lifecycle engineer, I can set up the like what kind of role I have, system, and that I can set up with the system prompt. Then you have the user prompt that the user is sending, and then you have the you also have the messages actual, right? So into that messages you send that array. Let's quickly take a look at that. We will simply go to, give me 1 second. I think I did something wrong. So I'll go to this request payload, and this is, I'm saying modal options and messages. We'll quickly take a look at this messages. Give me 1 second. Yeah, this is here. So I'm saying message chat history. What I'm doing here, message chat history, it is in the, I believe, service.js, and I'll find quickly system. Command F. Okay, system messages. Let's say this is system message, right? I'm saying system, hey, you are a helpful, empathetic, friendly code bot for engineers, and you can you ask me for help with the fixing the code errors, generating the code, and so many other things. Similarly, once you have this system message, then I'll take my user's prompt that I'm giving and then combine it, make that array and give it to that chat model API, right? There are a few parameters that Sarjan talked about. You can also use those parameters to refine the outcome. Like temperature and top P is something that I always play around for different use cases. How many of you understand temperature and top P, or if you have worked with that, can you raise your hand? Otherwise, I'll quickly talk about that as well. Only few, okay. So let me quickly show the application now to you. May not be visible. Okay, so here, let's say if I have given the temperature as 0.3 and top P as 0.5. So anytime I make a request with these models, model can refine the response based on its own creativity. So lesser the value for, and this temperature and top P can be between 0 to 1. Right, when I say, if you give it to 0, very near to 0, that means model is going to be very deterministic, right? It will not try to be more creative. It will give you what you are asking for, and it will use minimum set of tokens to finally give you the result. But if you keep it something like to 1, let's say 0.9 or 0.8, then it will be more flexible enough and it will be creative as well. So based on the use case, you might want to do that. For example, you want to write a song, right? You want to really imagine and bring all of your creativity. So writing a song, you should use a higher value of top underscore P and maybe temperature. But if you want to write a code, don't try to go with so much creativity. Try to go with what you know and how the code will work. So try to give a lower temperature and top underscore P, right? Now, once let's say I'm running these models locally with the Olama. If I say here, hey, let's say as soon as I say, and by the way, this is working all local. For the first response, definitely takes time, but as soon as your model start ramping up, I would say, right, it start giving you very fast responses. Let's say if I quickly go and open a code, let's say this is just sample to-do application app.js, and I'll say, can you explain this code and also write test cases using jest, right? So I'm sure my spellings are very bad. I'm just trying to save time. But you saw how fast it is. It is able to generate the response very quickly using local models. And by the way, let me give you an example. Because I already integrated it a day before yesterday. When I was flying yesterday, I had to modify some code, and I did not have internet on flight. So I quickly spinned up my local model, and I was able to change the code using the Llama 3.2 model without any internet. So if you have tools like in your editor that can work without an internet, why do you need to pay for so many hefty amounts, right? You simply go and change for example, right now I can change the model here. I can go here and I can say right now I'm working with which model, let's see that. I am working with Hold on. Yeah, I'm working with Llama 3.2 latest, but if I change this context to, let's say, Lava, now as soon as I change it, now it is going to work with the Lava model. And what you can do, you can now give images as well, because in my testing, what I found, because these models are very small in billion parameters, right? Some of these are 3 billion parameter or 4 billion parameter. You cannot expect them to do a job like 70 billion parameter. But if you have your machine, which is very powerful, do run that 70 billion parameter, which I cannot, at least on my Mac, right? But if you do have that, then you can ask even, give an image for the whole web page and ask it to write the code in single shot. In single prompt, you'll be able to get. So last week, or maybe 2 weeks back, I had to present a complete e-commerce application with the multiple pages, and I was able to build in 3-4 hours only. How? Because of using these models, right? The top class models, the OpenAI models. But for regular coding tasks, I think these local models are phenomenal. You can simply play around with this by changing the models as per your choice. So this is how easy it is to quickly integrate with few lines of code. Now I'll go back and quickly jump back to my presentation again, and we'll talk about the agentic workflows. Okay. So when we work with agentic workflows, first of all, why do we need agents? That question comes to your mind, right? So I generally take this, I generally explain this with the analogy that when you have a problem at your home, right? You call somebody and you ask somebody to help. You ask, let's say for example, you want to renovate your house and you want to paint, or you want to do some fancy those wall paintings, right? Then you need to call a painter or maybe any work at carpenter, right? They come. Generally, they don't come along. They can't do everything by their own with their hands. They need different kind of tools, right, to work with that. So because they cannot do everything with their with bare hands, right? They need tools, either like drilling machine or paintbrush or something, right? A lot of these tools they are using to get that finish and to get that quality, and even to faster the work, they need these tools. So I generally take this analogy into AI as well, that when you need to work with the more complex requirements, then you do need the agents which have access to multiple tools, and these tools can be used by agents to fetch either the data or do some calculations and do the reasoning for you. When I say reasoning, think of this way, that if you're working on a use case where you want to write the code from an image. Now when you write the code from an image, you might want to ensure that the quality of the final snapshot that it is generating is actually matching to what you provided as a Figma image. So for that, model has to do reasoning, a lot of back and forth, that if it is matching to the provided UI or if it is not matching. And for that, you need automatic workflows, because you cannot simply do by your own, right? And for that, the only problem, the challenge that we see, and I think it is being resolved as of now with some of the models, these LLMs cannot directly work with tools, right? So to work with these tools, you need different frameworks, and these frameworks are agent frameworks. Now, I don't know how many of you play around with the agent frameworks, but there are multiple ways you can write like agents. One of the framework that I use, that we'll quickly talk about, this is the LangChain or LangGraph, right? I use it heavily on my day-to-day basis. But before we jump on the actual implementation, what I want to talk about is the concept, how tools work, how agent work. So any agent or any tool, what they are good at it is, they are taking your question, they are taking your prompt, they do some thought process, then they identify that what do you need to do. Let's say I say, hey, I want to fetch the Jira story for, I hope everybody aware about Jira story. I just used it, right? Not the kitchen Jira, the actual Jira. When I say actual, the Atlassian, right? So let's say if I say that, hey, I want to fetch the Jira story details for ACC 129. Now, how come LLM know about what is ACC 129? It is not, right? So you need to enable this model to tell, hey, by the way, there is a product called Atlassian, and you can use their APIs exposed by Atlassian, cloud APIs, and then enable LLM to fetch the data. Of course, LLM is not going to do on your behalf. The tools are going to do that, and tools are going to be used by agent that you are writing. So your agent will do all that reasoning, identify what action should be taken. What is action? Let's say first action might be, you might want to first know the story type before you fetch the data, because you want to see if it is story, if it is an epic, or if it is a task. Because first you need to know that, because that's how Jira API work, right? Then you say identify action input. Now for those APIs that you work with, let's say you are working with Crux data. How many of you work with Crux data? Google, the RUM data for performance? No, okay, not many. So when you work with Crux data, right, you want to know the performance of any platform. Let's say www.abc.com or def.com or Amazon, Meta, Facebook, any website performance, right? So they have a lot of RUM data available, but you can't ask LLM to get the data. So for that, you need to write your agent and then tools and give all those details. But to fetch the API data, what do you need? You need to know inputs, because every API has that a lot of parameters as well, right? You would agree that any API without input is I don't think it is as easy to build an API without input. So your agent should be able to identify the input on your behalf and then do the work. And then it also takes an action. It will call that input and do some observation. What is observation? Observation means that if I asked, hey, I want to dump in silos. So what agent is going to do, agent is going to tell, hey, I got the data from an API. Let me give this data to model, and model is what model does very good. It does a good job in generating the data based on your context that you give. Or maybe it also does a very good job in doing the reasoning on your behalf. So what do you need to do? You need to fetch the API data, raw data, and give it to model. And agent will do it, not for you, right? You just have to write some few lines of code, and that's all you need to do, right? As soon as you do that, now think of the capability, right? Think of the power that it comes with. Now, any API, you fetch the data, write your agent will do that, and it will give and you will be able to summarize it. At very uber level, this is how it works. You go with the user hits a query. It comes to the agent now, and agent takes some action. It calls the tools. These tools will fetch the data from the third-party systems, and then it will give it to the model and do the reasoning and keep doing this, by the way. I don't think some of the tasks will be very simple, but some of the tasks will be very complex that we will take a look at it one of the example. And when you give very complex tasks, right, giving any complex tasks means you also need to ensure that you have enough set of tools, right? When I say enough set of tools, you may not be able to build a robust solution with only single tool. You need to have multiple tools, and in fact, I would say if you want to build solutions which are more reasoning based and more robust, you need to have more than one agent as well. You need to have multiple agentic approach and there should be an agent sitting on top of all of the other agents. And then deciding which agent to call, and these agents will then figure out what action to take and what tool to pick. And this is all going to work with models, with help of models. So models are not working independently, but they are able to take help from this. Now, how do we do this? This is like insane, right? When you work with these agents, there is a lot of complexity under the hood. To solve this complexity, what I started working with LangGraph and LangChain, and that's where it comes to the components of the LangChain, that what are the components that you should be aware about before you start working with it. So the first component is the model. Any LangChain solution or any LangGraph solution, you always need to work with a model. First thing, prompts, LLM, and chat models, right? These are 3 or 4 things that you will see in our examples, in our coding examples. Then you will see retrieval. Sarjan talked about this, which is the RAG solution. Document loaders, splitting them, creating the embeddings, and storing them into vector database. Pretty simple, straightforward, right? It may look straightforward, but with the help of tools like Sarjan said, you will be able to build these solutions very quickly. Then compositions. You have prompts, LLMs, and chat models. You compose them multiple, like I said, right? You can have multiple agents as well sometime to work with. Now, additional, you have memory and callbacks. Now, most of these like agents, they are also very good in giving you callbacks to run on with your use case, and also memory. When I say memory, you want to build a complete chatbot to ensure that when you ask question on top of your previous context, it should be able to retain the context, what ChatGPT does, right? So you should be able to build. So this also gives you the memory implementation. Now we'll cover prompt template, chains, runnables, and then tools and toolkit and agents, right? I'm skipping through some of this because we'll talk when we will look at the code rather than talking here on the fly, okay? Now the demo part comes. Now for the demo, what I want to do is, just to make it simple, I want to ensure that I work with one use case here, and we will build that use case along with the different approaches here, so that we know how these frameworks like LangChain, LangGraph, they help you to build such complex solutions. Let's look at the use case first. And this is very, very simple use case. Trust me, when it comes to writing agents, there are like plethora of examples, and there are a lot of business problems that you can solve in your projects with your client requirements. You can build your own agents and deploy this on cloud and then start using it, right? In fact, a lot of people are contributing to agents in the agent library as well. Have you, and to be very honest from my side, when I see JavaScript as a community, I think Python is going very, very fast. If you look at the LangChain Python ecosystem, they have grown like anything. Our JavaScript, the community for publishing the agents is still not with that pace, but I think it is catching up. I'm sure people like us will go back after this session, and we will want to contribute and give at least a couple of agents to the community. So the use case is, we want to fetch the priority for the Jira field, right? And priority is not a regular field, it is a custom field. What does custom field in Jira means? Custom field means you don't know the name of the field, and you don't know the ID of the field, right? How do you tell the API, hey, I need the data for this particular field? So you have to first get to know the ticket ID that user is giving to you, then fetch the story type. First you need to find if it is, let's say, if it is a story or feature or an epic or a task, right? Then share that API response. I told, right, as I mentioned, right, you need to share that API response to the model and then abstract the key out of it. Then next task is to use the ticket type. You need to give that ticket again to model and get the custom fields. Because when you get the custom field name, then only you will be able to fetch the details for the API. So there are 3 or 4, or I would say 5 steps involved into it. Now, if you have to do it by your own, by writing JavaScript code, I'm sure you will be able to do it in like a couple of lines of code, but that you have to do a lot of data analysis by your own, right? So, but you can take help from models and LLMs to run all these automation. So let's take a quickly, we will start with very basic examples first. For that, I need to run the build on my local very quickly. Give me 1 second. I will close this one. I'll minimize. And here, are you able to see my screen? Hold on. Okay, I need to again step out from my presentation. Is it visible now? Okay. So now what we will do, we'll quickly, just for the sake of, I'll do a build again, yarn build. And then once the build is ready, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just run this example once, F5, and then I want to run VS Code extension development. So we are using extension development because like I said, like we work with IDs day-to-day basis, right? So I want to show that example here directly. Now, what we want to do, I want to change the model as of now to OpenAI. I think it is already OpenAI. And let me check the model name, which is, I'm using GPT. No, this is not. Workspace is this, OpenAI. And then I am working with the model name as GPT-4o-mini. Why I'm using mini? Because it is cost effective. I don't want to pay a lot of dollars. So mini is quite cheap. So I want to use that model for my agent. And then I'm all set. Now what I can do, I can go to the demo script. And I'll look at the code now very quickly, and I'll maximize the code size. Okay. So first you need to have the dependencies. You need to install the LangChain dependencies. That is pretty easy. Go to the documentation, npm or yarn, which are like your favorite package manager. Just start using it, and we'll first see how do you build a simple chat with LangChain. And I think until I tried, I also thought that it is very complex. But when I started trying, it is only 6 or 7 lines of code. Let's see that. So first of all, what I'm saying is I'm trying to create a history. Forget about the history. It is more your logic to integrate what you get the response and what you are giving it to user. Just keep combining them into an array in a format, and that's all you need to do. But first thing is I'm creating a LLM instance. I think everybody understand, right? I'm creating a LLM instance using the chat OpenAI. This chat OpenAI is imported at the top from the LangChain OpenAI module. Now, when you create this model, you need to provide different parameters here, like model name, what model name you want to use. I'm using GPT-4 Mini, temperature 0.4. I want to be a little more deterministic rather than more creative here in this case. Then I'm using a prompt. You remember that there are multiple concepts, prompt. Now prompt, in this case, it is not the prompt that you use for your day-to-day application development. No, this is a template that you can follow for your agent. That template can have multiple examples. For example, here you can say, I have a system prompt. Then I have placeholder for chat history. Now, what this chat prompt template and from message does is, it will create the whole prompt on your behalf at runtime. So for example, whatever the message you are passing to this method that we will see at the bottom, this input is the user input. This is human, right? I'm saying that, hey, this is the human message, will go here. Then I'm saying placeholder for agent scratchpad. What does it mean? This is the tool that agent will use for doing the reasoning and thought process, right? So it will use this. And what this prompt template it is doing, it is automating this stuff for you. That's all. So you are ready with the prompt. Next, what you are doing, you are defining a result variable to show it on the UI. That's all. Then I'm saying runnable.sequence. Now this runnable sequence is very critical at this point of time. So what runnable sequence means? Have you worked with jQuery in past? Do you remember chains in jQuery? Chains? Like you call one method, then you pass the outcome of that method to another, next and then next. That's all. So chain is, that's same concept comes here in AI in LangChain framework. What they do, you have one task, then you pass the output of that task to another, then further, and that keeps on doing. So what this runnable sequence do is, it actually runs your runnable. Runnable is nothing, an asynchronous activity or any method that you want to run and then pass it to the next sequence. That's what it does. Then you get the result. I'm saying that chain.invoke. Now this chain variable that I'm creating, I'm just invoking this method. What I'm doing, I'm saying an input. Now what do you need to ensure that this input is this invoking these parameters. I'm creating the API parameters. These parameters are same which I gave in the prompt template. Otherwise it won't work. Because your prompt template, what the variable names you are giving here, these are placeholder, right? So these should match with the invoke method. Once you do that, that's all. Now, once you run this code, and if I go back, I'll show you very quickly. And I say, can you help me write JS code? Let's say this prompt. And now, let's see. While it is doing, can I pull a cup of water? Awesome. Okay. So now it is able to fetch the data. And how many lines did we wrote? Do you remember? 8 or 9, right? Not even 8 or 9. We simply imported some variables and started using. You just need to know the concepts. Prompt. There is a prompt template. There is a runnable sequence. There is a LLM model. And the sequence is very simple. First, it has to go with the prompt, because first thing what will happen? You have to give you have to give first prompt. Then you have to give to LLM. LLM will work on top of it. Then you need to parse that response that is given by LLM. This custom parser, I have written it. You can create your own parsers, right? Many parsers. This is very simple, basic. But let's go with a little bit more complex, which is the Jira use case. Now, there is a concept in LangChain that comes along with the you can say chains, right? One chain to another chain. And we will quickly run through that code and we will see how do you build that. This is going to be pretty interesting now. I'm going to quickly uncomment the code. And this is the most complex piece that I actually did when I started, because I really don't work liking with the chains. And the simple reason is because they are more complex. Going with the agentic approach is a little bit easy. So in this case, see, I am only fetching the priority of the field, but I have written so much of code. It's not like so much. It is still 40, 50 lines, but it is too much. I'll talk about with the agent approach, right? So what I'm doing, I'm just creating an object here with the issue key, project key. I'm just creating some data because, you know, I talked about chains, right? jQuery chains. So I need to get some data from API. Then I need to pass it. So I will keep populating this object because I need this object at the end of my API. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating a Jira base URL. I'm just getting the token object and then access token, because you need to provide your access token to work with Jira APIs. Then once you do that, you have the toolkit. This toolkit is now interesting. Now I will talk about this very quickly. I touched upon tools, right? Now what is this toolkit is? Let me go there. Yeah. So if I go to this toolkit is nothing. It's a class that has multiple tools with it. Now what are those tools? This is where we need to pay a little bit extra attention here, right? The first tool it is the JQuery query. Second tool is get projects. Third tool is create issue. Fourth tool is create issue metadata. There are multiple tools that I have developed. These tools does, and by the way, as part of the definition, what tools does is, tool does only one. I mean, you can do multiple things, but it is never recommended. Your tool should do only one thing. That means your tool should be single method responsible to do only one thing. That's all. Don't expect it to do multiple things, otherwise it will start creating problems for you. So your single tool will do only one thing, right? Now this is not the tool, this is only the initiation part. Like you see, I'm saying Jira action and there is a structured Jira action. Now in the world of tools, there are two types of tool. One is structured, one is non-structured. Structured means where you have a defined schema, right? Have you worked with Zod library? Zod? No? Few of you? Yeah, okay. So what Zod helps you to do is it helps you to define schema of your the methods that you're working with. You can tell, hey, this is the type of the variable that I have to work with, and this is the response. This is the type of response, right? So I'm just creating the structured tool and non-structured tool here. Now I have written a whole API library. Let's say we will see one of the tool. One of the tool name is here, like mode is create issue. So what I'll do is I'll go to, I'll quickly show that Jira API wrapper, right? Here you will see these are the mods. These are the functions that being called by the agent under the hood. So for example, if I see create issue, right? So I'll go to this method. What is this? This is nothing, a method, right? So, and why I've done this so deep, because I wanted to reuse a lot of code for my creating tools. I did not want to write same code again and again. So I created a class. First I created a class for toolkit. That toolkit is creating a tool. That tool is now using these methods under the hood. That's pretty straightforward. When you write a tool, one thing that you need to remember, it should always give the text output. You should never give any other, I mean, generally it is not recommended because if you don't give even if it is an error, convert that error into text and then return it from the tool itself. So which is why you will see that anytime I'm returning, there is always a the string output. Even when you get the API data from Jira, it should give you the text output. That is what you need to ensure when you write a tool. And one tool should do only one activity at one point of time. Okay, I'll go back again to the toolkit. And then here, once I have this Jira toolkit ready, toolkit is nothing, it's set of methods that I have. Then I'm giving the, I'm just picking some environment variable for some access tokens and everything. Then I'm creating a local chat history object. Here I'm saying that update and get local chat history. Then convert messages. This is more for OpenAI. You need to convert your objects into a simple form in a given format. We'll not talk about that. Convert chat history to language LangChain format. We'll again skip that part. And we will simply come back to our example here, right? So here, Yeah. So what we are saying here, tools, and then these are all the tools, run tool with name. So I'm just saying that, hey, there is a tool, call that method. That's all I'm writing. I'm saying tool.find and name and call that method here. I'm just calling that tool.func, right? That function call I'm doing. Then where it starts here is, let's say you create, these are all definitions. The schema definition that I was talking about, you need to tell the schema of your function. Otherwise, it behaves very weirdly. I wrote a lot of tools starting with without any schema, and it worked very well with GPT-4 3.5 and 4 as well, turbo. But when GPT-4o came, all of those tools started breaking. Then I realized you should never write your tools only based on the prompt. Use the schema, a structured schema, so that it can work with any of the model then going further. So I converted all of those into structure base. Then these are, this is where I'm starting with the runnables. Now from, this is Jira chain. This chain is, this is simple chain, known Jira. This is known Jira chain means very simple, nothing. I'm saying a prompt, LLM, and new custom prompt parser. Then Jira chain. This Jira chain is doing what? It is, I'm creating multiple methods here. First method is, I'm taking the user input and I'm giving it to the model, and model will get the ticket ID from that text, and it will give it to the next thing. It will, and it will keep doing, right? I'm saying that, hey, issue type, get from response, give it to the LLM then. And LLM will, the output of LLM will come to my parser. So LLM will give, so all these are like chains, right? LLM is a chain. This is also a chain. Now, on this chain element, I would say, once this method execute, it will come to LLM, and LLM response will come to this, and I'll keep doing, right? Get, create, issue metadata. Then I do this, get ticket, field, and I'm running those tools here, right? One by one. And then I finally say here that if the issue key is available, then run the Jira agent, else run normal agent. So I can do any type of question now. I can do Jira base, and I can do non-Jira. Let's quickly take a look at it. And I'll first save this, because generally I forget that. And I'll refresh this. Now if I say hi, it's not working with streaming right now. So it may be a little bit slower for the first time. Okay, let me check very quickly if I give the, I think I need to give the access to, no, it is slow. Oh, because it needs internet actually, because this is not the local model, right? Give me 1 second, let me connect to my hotspot. Otherwise it will work very slow. Hold on. Gosh, hotspot, it is. Give me 1 second, let me check the internet speed. I'll cancel it. I'll refresh. And let me check the network speed for a second. Fast.com. Yeah, amazingly not that good. Let me try again. Hi. Give me 1 second only. Hello, okay, yeah, it worked actually. Somehow the network was very slow, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to give it a query, and I say priority, right? Fetch me the priority of this Jira ticket. And let me check if I already logged in. Yeah, I'm already logged in the Jira, in the extension. Now I'll simply say, give me this priority. Now what it is going to do, it is going to go through all those steps and execute those 4 or 5 APIs under the hood by executing every chain, and it should tell me the priority of that story. It looks like there is, yeah, blocker, right? It says it is blocker, right? And which means the chain that we implemented is working. But you know, this is not scalable. It will not work. If I give, can you help me fetch the details or maybe assign you of this ticket? It will not work. Reason? Simple, because the task that I have written, the chains I have created, it is very hard coded. And that is where the agents come in picture. Now what we will do, we will simply change, look, it says it seems that response from the get ticket field data tool indicates an error or something, right? It will not work because the chain is defined to do a certain set of work. Now what we will do, we will quickly comment this code and we will make it more dynamic by writing the agents completely now. Okay, this is the, I'll comment this again. And I will simply, okay. Now, before we talk about the Jira agents and everything, I also want to talk about, let's say, the new latest thing, right? So let's say I want to ask a question on the latest news, right? So for that, there are multiple tools available in the industry. You can simply install those tools and use it. One of the tools that I use generally is Tavily Search. I don't know if you work with Tavily, but you need to have a simple account, create a token, give it to the editor, and it will start working for you. It is data. Let's try that very quickly. In fact, I'll not try this in this individual example. I'll simply go with the Jira one. In the interest of time, I will quickly remove the fourth part. And now this is complete agent now. So earlier I was doing with the LangChain chains. Chains are very hard coded and they do a sequence. But now we will do more reasoning based solutions by writing the agent. What we are doing, we are saying again the same thing, Jira API and everything. Then I'm saying that, hey, there is a create a toolkit, same tool. I'm using the same tools, right? Then I am creating a create tool calling agent. This is the method that I'm using. Simple, I'm saying that create a tool calling agent, right? And I'm passing few parameters here. LLM, it is the model. Same concepts. Tools. Tools is an array of so many tools that I have written. Prompt is the prompt template, you remember? The prompt template, human, scratchpad, and everything. And then it says I want to create an agent executor because I need an agent executor as well. Because who will do the reasoning on our behalf? We are not going to do, right? We are not going to write that code. So agent will do all that reasoning on my behalf. So what I'm saying is there is an agent that I've created. That agent should be used for this task. Tools and then verbose is like if you want to see the response or how the tool is behaving, how the agent is working, you will be able to see the complete reasoning and you will be able to see complete sequence by sequence, how it is running one tool by another tool, right? And then max iterations is 10. The only challenge with agentic approach is that you have to be careful because it does a lot of back and forth with the model. And unless it does not figure out what you have asked, it will keep on doing that. It will keep on going circle, circle, circle. And sometime it can do even 10 calls, 50 calls to model. So you have to tell that, hey, don't go like crazy, only go with like 10, 20 circles. You remember that circle, right? Agent has to do reasoning and thought process. If it does not find, it will keep on hitting those APIs. So I am telling that do only 10 try. Don't do more than 10 cycles. Okay, it is cycles, not the tools. Okay. Then I'm saying agent executor dot invoke. Now I created an agent. I created an executor, and now I'm invoking that executor. Invoke is simple method. Then what I'm doing is I'm passing the input that user is passing, and then I'm saying the chat history so that I can ask questions from my context. And that's all I'm doing. Right now, I should be able to ask any type of question to LLM, to chat, based on my Jira platform. Now, similarly, and let's quickly try that. So if I say refresh, what I'm going to do is who has won. In fact, I already have written it, right? Haryana, right? So this is the example I was taking. So if I hit this, who has won the latest 2024 state election in Haryana. So it should be able to run that agent on my behalf that I've used. Then it's saying in the Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini, BJP won and all that, right? Which means it is able to fetch the latest data, right? Similarly, now you want to fetch the Jira stuff, right? Now what do you need to do? I can say, help me fetch the details of ACC 124, right? Now, if I say this, what it is doing, under the hood, it is executing all those agents that, all those tools that we have created. And it is doing, I can show that reasoning, give me 1 second very quickly, open developer tools. Now it says, here are the details for ACC 124. It is saying summary, description, assignee, priority, everything. Now it is able to fetch everything. Now to do this activity, it is doing this kind of reasoning. You see that? This is lot of back and forth that model is doing for you on your behalf, right? You just need to enable it by writing those tools, and that's all. Once you do that, then you can imagine that what kind of questions and what kind of platforms now you can build using this approach. Now, I can also do, for example, not only fetching, I can also say, help me creating a ticket with this detail. And as soon as I say that, can you help me create a new Jira story with this title, with this description? I'm also saying start date, end date, create a label into Jira. And by the way, I have not hard-coded anything. This is all, it is fetching first the metadata of the ticket. First fetch the metadata. It will figure out, give it to model, what are the fields available, use the names, and then create the ticket on your behalf. And then let's see, the new story has been successfully created with the following details. And let's see, quickly going by, ACC 133 it's saying. And now I want to go back to my Jira and see if there is a ticket created for 133. Actually there is, right? So if you see that, it actually not only able to fetch, it is able to create the ticket as well on my behalf now. That's powerful. That's how powerful these agents are that you can utilize to integrate with your own platforms, right? Now it says, this is the description, and this is priority is critical, and then start due date. If it did not do, now you can say, hey, you did not set the start date. Say that, hey, you did not set the start date. Can you please do that too? Now it will be able to go back and set the start date. So you can update Jira, story, and everything. This is just an example to enter into that big world of integrating with so many platforms using with help of like agents. Now there are some best practices that I want to quickly skim through. Okay. So define the tools with as much as details that you can do. There is a prompt. I could not cover that part, but you need to give a prompt. You need to give a schema, your defined structure for your tool that is being called. Then use structured schema. If possible, define the right output parser as well. If you can do that, that will be really helpful for the model to understand how it has to, what the data in format and what the format should be when it returns to you as a response. Tool should always return the string. I think we already covered that part. Don't rely on the prompts and do a thorough testing. Same prompt sometimes works with lower models. With the newer model, it may not work. So whenever you write a tool, always keep testing. When I write these tools, I always keep testing with multiple models, right? Follow single responsibility principle for tools. Single responsibility, right? Don't try to do so many things in single tool. Write as many as tools you want and try to create a tool for a business problem. Give it a business problem. For that business problem, write a set of tools. And then create another tool, and then create a toolkit out of it, right? And then always set tools, agents with different models separately, because one tool may work with one of the model, it may not work with some other models. So you need to keep testing. That is how you build the whole ecosystem of these like powerful automatic solution based on the reasoning that you do, right? Let me take a pause here. I think we are pretty much over time. So sorry, but is there any question that we can catch up in the breaks? Oh, you have, okay. You want to go with? Quickly, please. Python, yeah. Yeah.
PagerDuty, Jira, all those tools, right? So I wanted to build an AI assistant for which, like, I would just go to it and ask, like, tell me the error rate for my microservice.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right? So I was just curious, like, first of all, it was not very accurate. Definitely, I use different tools for Jira, for PagerDuty, and Datadog.
They are not. You need to build your. But yeah.
Yeah. So my question is, like, are you using for Jira tool? Are you using OpenAPI?
No. I have written my own tools. My own toolkit.
But how you are making API calls to Jira?
Like for that, I have logged in my extension in the tool that I was using. Once you log in, you just log in with your credentials or give the access token. It will start interacting automatically. You don't need to worry about.
That's the part that I was curious, because I was using OpenAPI spec for data.
No, it won't.
Okay.
You need to, for example, one of the use cases that I'm working right now with is you have a cloud. Your cloud. Every project run on cloud, right?
Yep.
You want to know the health of your cloud platforms, right? In your own chat-based platform, you want to say, hey, what is the RAM running in my Kubernetes clusters, or maybe how many pods are running. Now, a lot of these tools give you a lot of logs, and they also give you the API, these platforms, right? So you can actually now write a tool to fetch the data and tell it to your architect. Anybody can simply say, rather than running those complex queries in the cloud, and especially for XC, especially for front-end folks, sometimes we feel very overwhelmed, right? Working with those cloud terminals. So better to go with plain English. So we're kind of building that agent, and that you can simply ask, hey, how's the health going for my servers? So it should be able to work on your behalf. So I also tried some of the available tools, but they don't work very well because they are not thought through. So generally my recommendation would be that you should either play around by your own and write these agents and tools and test them very well.
Okay,
right, that's how we do.
One just last question. I won't take too much time. So I'm curious, do you think LangChain is mature enough and it's going to be going forward framework for using chains or creating toolkits or chains, or there are some other libraries as well that I can try out?
Very tough to say, right? Because the LangChain changes almost every day. Every day they commit something. So you have to be careful when you update it. You have to test the solution again. And that is one. But I definitely see the community has grown phenomenally in last 1.5 years or so, 2 years. And you should be able to use it. At least I'm using it to build so many LangGraph and LangChain. But you can try, somebody was talking before this session, I was talking on the agents, and he was talking about Swamp. OpenAI has just published some library, some framework. You might want to explore that as well. And there are other frameworks, right? For example, LangChain didn't work well for me on Olama. I went with my own JavaScript code and I wrote it myself. It's a matter of fact that how do you want to speed up your development work? That's all.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I hope we learned something. Thank you. We can catch up offline. Bye-bye.
React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React India. React India. React. India. React. React India. React India. React India. React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React India. React India. React. 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 React India. React.
Hello everyone. So, right, I'll get started then. Hi everyone. My name is Suvish, and today we are going to look at making hosting great again. And we're going to talk about web hosting in particular. I'll first introduce myself. I'm an associate director at Content Stack. I've been with Content Stack for about 4.5 years now. At Content Stack, I work with multiple products, multiple product teams. I work with them on their architecture, delivery, best practices. Before joining Content Stack, I used to work as a software consultant for about 5 years. And before that, I worked as a product developer. In general, if you ask me what I do, I would tell you that I'm a developer because that's what I really enjoy doing. I enjoy developing software, whether it is working individually and coding, which is something I really enjoy, or working with a team and building teams to build great products. So today, first, we are going to talk about hosting. One of the things that every one of you would be requiring is a hosting platform. And Content Stack is what we call as a digital experience platform. It includes at the front end center the headless CMS, which is a content management system. A content management system is something that every digital experience platform needs. So imagine any big brand today, right? Airbnb, Lego, Levi's, all of them have websites, they have mobile apps, and they are all essentially managing content through all of these different channels. So for example, if you go to airbnb.com, you see a lot of content. All that content is coming from a headless CMS. In this case, Airbnb is our customer and that content is coming from Content Stack. So we have the headless CMS front and center as one of the core products in Content Stack, but we have other products too. And these other products are all in the content domain. One of the products is, no surprise, a hosting product. So it's a web hosting product. So if you have used products such as Vercel, Netlify, we have a product very similar to that, which will allow you to host your websites and web apps. The product is known as Launch. And today, before we get started with the workshop, what we are going to do is we are going to get you access to Content Stack. And this is a prerequisite for our workshop. So once we go through our workshop, you would be requiring this account. And to make things easier, what we have over here is a QR code that each one of you can scan. We also have a link over here that you can go to directly in case you're not able to scan the QR code and get started over here. So I'll keep this on the screen for some time. And do we have a YouTube chat where we can drop the link? Yeah, so please watch out for the YouTube chat as well. There will be a link dropped in there as well. And you don't have to do this alone. I'll be walking you through the entire process. To do that, So this is the website that you would be coming into. I'm just going to put in my email address here and my phone number, and we can get started with the account over here. You click on Start Explorer. It says the trial is on the way. Essentially, you will receive an email which will have the instructions on how to log in and start the trial. So I'm going to check on my email over here. All right, I received the email. I'm just going to set this up. So you'll see a screen, something like this. You can add your first name and last name over here. Add a nice strong password in there as well. And activate the account. It will ask you a few questions that you would need to answer in order to get started. These are pretty simple. All right. And now we are into the product. Is everyone able to get started with this? In case you're facing any issues, can you put that on the chat? We have a team here who will be able to help you out with any issues if you're facing that. I'll keep the screen on the QR code in case you haven't had a chance to scan that, or the link. All right. So I think everyone should be in by now to Content Stack, and we can get started with the next part over here. For the next part, we will go through a workshop where we'll talk about how to make hosting as painless as it gets. As web developers, every one of us needs to host the website or web app that we are developing. And before we get started with the hands-on, I have my colleague over here, Tejas, who is going to talk about some of the basic concepts of web hosting in general and what it takes to build a great website. So I'm going to hand this over to Tejas.
Hey everybody, I hope you're excited to learn more about hosting and also uh, get your hosting journey easy and painless. So after going deeper into understanding the hosting pain points, we had to first understand them. So some of the pain points could be like a complexity. So engineers today have a wide varieties of rendering techniques to choose from. They have frameworks to choose. They have a lots of homework to do before they actually think about hosting. So what we generally think is you basically have to think what is the right strategy for you, right? So maybe you are someone who doesn't need to change your website much often, is okay with having a slower build time. Maybe SSG is a good option for you. So maybe you want to have a flexibility of changing your web content like dynamically, right? So maybe you feel like going to choosing ISR, right? You may also want to have dynamically content fetched to each of the user in a personalized manner. or you have a very fast-paced development team, which basically wants a faster deployment time. So that is when you want to choose SSR, right? So when you are filling all of these boxes, it may feel a bit daunting, and it could be pretty complex to checking all the boxes. So this is where the complexity has significantly increased. Uh, Once you figure rendering technique frameworks, the next thing could be like you can guess it's where to host your site, right? You can choose a hosting platform, you can choose cloud providers and host it yourself. So there are so many things to go through. So that's the reason we feel that it is one of the common pain points engineers face today. The next in line is performance. So when you build a website, what's the most important thing? So you want to have a snappy performance. You want to give the best experience that you can give to your business users, to your customers, right? So it is one of the most crucial aspect of building and hosting a site. So Walmart recently, like they have mentioned that they had improved page load times in 1%, and they saw a growth of 2% in conversion. So that's the kind of thing that we are looking at when we talk about performance, and that kind of impact users can uh, have by having a better performing websites. Another pain point we noticed is every major website that we have one of the very common issue that they get is they have multiple DDoS attack that are trying to take their sites down. So it's crucial to take care of uh, hosting your site right, so that you have a right strategy in place to uh, mitigate such attacks. You, as an engineer, you have multiple possibility of security breaches. You may need to implement content security policies. You may want to continuously add patching to your dependency, maybe your system images. You have to be compliant with the HIPAA, uh, GDPR compliances, and there's so many things that puts pressure on engineers today. So one of the main reason why this is important is any security breaches that you can get can cause a very significant reputational and financial loss for you. So moving ahead, these are the very common pain points we see everyday people facing. So let's move on to what the hosting landscape today offers. So now imagine that you have actually uh, figured out what framework you want, what rendering technique you have your website built. What's the next step? You have to host your site, right? What you can do is you can assemble this website at a well-known cloud provider, maybe AWS, GCP, or Azure. So you have to first look at all the possible services that are there in the cloud providers offering, understand the pros and cons of each of these services. You have to basically, once you figure that out, you have to interconnect each of the services. And this could be uh, pretty, pretty complex. Next thing is we like having CI/CD pipelines in our systems, so that whenever we do push and feel confident, we want to have that code built and give a faster feedback to us, right? So that is also something you have to build, uh, keeping in mind that you want to have your site that is well prepared for security threats and also performant. The next in line is general purpose hosting. So general purpose hosting platform are the platforms which can pretty much host front end, back end, and even the databases. So uh, these are managed systems. So when you host your site, you're actually not worrying about the main aspects of it. It's already taken care of you. There are high abstractions of functions these providers gives you, so that you can sit back and basically integrate the hosting service that you want. One one uh, one maybe why this may not be right for you is because it's not built on focused with having websites. So consider having a CDN on top of your site, right? So the basic thing for hosting is basically you want to have a CDN, so that you are caching uh, your content, and it's very performant. So it so general hosting platform do provide these services as a plug and play, but it doesn't come by default. Next, we have modern hosting platforms. So these are the hosting platforms that are built specifically in order to address the pain points of web hosting. So these not only provide CI/CD, but they provide more advanced feature, such as uh, maybe CDN is also something that comes natively within this uh, modern web hosting platforms. But they also provide cache priming. They provide custom edge functions, so you can host your code right close to where your user lies, and you can have basic auth and many more advanced feature. So again, here as well, you don't need to worry more about uh, um, maybe security threats, maybe hosting, look at scalability. So everything is well taken care of within the system itself. Why this is easier to do go with the why this feels like a easy choice? Because uh, it is essentially taking care of all the major pain points you would otherwise face in case you choose DIY or general purpose hosting. Cool. So moving ahead. So just a second. Yep. Right. Yeah. So just yeah, should be all right. Yep. So choosing web standard. So mm, so there is a very common architecture setup when we set up a specific site. So in this example, we can see that we have a website that is hosted. So we call it as an application layer. There is a database layer. So we have a database that is connected to our service. On top of that, we have a CDN layer. So any request, uh, so it acts as a caching layer for us. So what happens when user tries to uh, enter or enter a specific website? It first reaches your CDN or cache layer. It checks whether the cache for the specific request exists in the caching. If it doesn't exist in the cache layer, it tries to fall back towards the origin or the application layers that you have. There, it would then compile a response for you and send it back over to your CDN, to your user. So this is where it gets very important. So what is it's important to understand what this CDN is all about. So CDN is a globally spread across servers as point of presence. So imagine that today we in a conference, suppose you are trying to access a site, but the server lies in maybe some other continent itself. So the geographical latency that you have is pretty huge. So CDN is uh, basically helps you reducing that latency by being closer to the user's proximity. Moving ahead, so think of web host best friend is as a CDN being your web host best friend. So there are multiple reasons to think of this in this way. The reason being it is providing solution to most of our pain points. So we have performance. The CDN servers, the POP servers that resides closer to the user's client's machine, they have much more higher bandwidth than what the origin or even the user can have. So consider that you are trying to access a specific site from a low network coverage or from a mobile device, which is an underpowered, which could be underpowered, right? So that is the reason where you want your site to be highly performant. So CDN helps you in that terms by being very closer to the user. Then uh, consider that you are getting a very load in high load at your site, right? So CDN has all global level servers, so they have multiple POCs. It can actually redirect all of this load into multiple POPs that it has and balance the load and send it across to your origin or maybe even manage it at the cache level. So that is one of the way CDN actually boost performance of your websites. Next is security. So CDN comes with built-in firewalls. It natively uh, it natively support protection from DDoS attacks. So having a firewall in front of your CDN, that means you can actually pick what kind of IPs can actually access your site. So consider having an attack which is occurring from multiple IPs, right? So CDN can actually track this pattern and they can block such malicious IP. They can defend you from the bot attacks. They can defend you against uh, like DDoS attack and much more. There is also a feature for geo blocking. So consider that you want your site to be accessible from a uh, specific country because you are getting attack threats from from different countries. So you can also enable security at your CDN layer and prevent such threats. So next is how does your CDN helps you save the cost? So we talk that whenever CDN has a cache of specific response, CDN doesn't actually send that request. So when the user is sending the time to reach a website, it reaches the cache layer, that is CDN layer. CDN layer, if it has cache, it is not sending the request back to the origin. So there is cost saved for the origin. There is compute that is also saved. So it's essentially helping you save bandwidth at your origin and also the cost that you would otherwise incur. So avoiding vendor locking. So we advocate using web standards. So there is a thought that everything that we do, there are specific reason to do it in a specific way. So consider that you're trying to integrate an API. You have a get route and you want to maybe someone is trying to create an object when that get API is hit. No, right? That feels very wrong. One of the basic reason one can think of is maybe if someone gets an access to the get route, they can just put it in the browser, hit the refresh multiple, like endless time, and you would have thousands and millions of record that is getting created in your database. So there are reasons for uh, doing things in a specific way. Web standard is a guidebook for you to ensure that whatever website you are creating, it actually is creating a foundation for you. It is preventing you to make faults. It is helping you make your site more efficient. So it's always nice to follow web standard, and in the long run, it would always being in the right direction. Choosing the right framework. So it could be very challenging topic to talk about. So we basically have a lot of frameworks that are coming in there, and even there are so many options available. How do we choose a right framework to host, right? So we feel that like the frameworks are basically the new frameworks that are coming. They are trying to outperform the existing framework. They are trying to do things in maybe some different way, some user efficient way, and trying to make engineers life easy. So how do you make a choice of choosing the right framework for you? So first and foremost is basically understanding what your business requirement needs, correlating it with how what framework I'm able to solve this problem. What more does this framework provides? So that could be one of the question you can ask when you want to choose a framework. There are some more. So basically, you can also understand what each rendering technique makes, understand their pros and cons. That helps you choose a framework. So consider that uh, consider you want to have a faster build time. So you might want to pick SSR. You don't have much uh, need of changing your content. So you already know what rendering technique to choose from. So it becomes easy for you to see all those features that are already blended into the framework and relate to your problem. So one of the main also a major aspect that you can think of is, does this framework blocks me into a specific vendor or a specific hosting platform? For example, so you can have a look at Next.js. So it's designed in a way that some of the feature of it are built for Vercel, but it may not work for other hosting platforms, right? So one of the example we can think of is data caching in the Next.js. So we in such cases we advise you that you choose not to use such features, or you can maybe choose a different framework. That is also one of the option. One of the reason why data caching may not be supported in other framework is it's basically overriding the basic cache control headers, uh, which basically helps in maintaining the caching. So that's going against web standard. So it may not be ideal for you to uh, go into. So think of asking such questions when you look for a framework. Also, we advise that you choose a framework which uh, advocates following right web standards. So that goes a long way and will help you. So Why should you worry about vendor locking at an early stage? So one of the major reason you can think of is you are basically investing your time, your effort into some building something which is getting to increase in a longer terms, right? So you are putting your energy, your time, your money. So uh, you have to be mindful about what you are putting your efforts into. So with that, we we have a path to basically having a painless hosting. Choose uh, choose modern hosting platform. Try to use as much uh, features you can make use of this modern hosting platform that it can provide. So there are very a nice feature you can actually learn about those more in the documentation of each of these sites. But uh, it's very important to basically to reduce pain in hosting. You have to it would be nicer to go with the modern hosting platform because they are addressing the major pain points for you. uh Try to use like you should be implementing right caching strategy for you. That would uh, e- uh save a lot of increase efficiency, save time, latency for your websites. Use a CDN. CDN is one of the most important aspect of your website. Think of it as something that would save your money, save your time, give your users a very nice experience when they open your site. So use a CDN, follow web standards, try to have a very plain three-tier architecture, ensuring that you have a great performance and also your efficiency is nice. You have a security also practices that you can follow through web standards. Cool. With that, I would like to hand it over to Subish. Would you?
Thank you, Tejas. And I hope this was a very good exposure into how hosting should really be. And Tejas has given us a wonderful mental framework to understand how web hosting is and should be, and what a path forward to painless hosting looks like. So I understand that we did not have the link properly shown last time. So I'm just going to go back and show the link again for anyone who must have missed this one. The link is www.contentstack.com/explorer India. You can see the link on the screen. You can scan this using a QR code scanner and you can get started. Once you're done, you will be dropped into the product after you're done with the setup. So I hope you all have access to this link, and this is something that you would need for the remainder of the workshop. This is what will enable you to use the launch hosting product and understand how all of the concepts that we just looked at, how they translate to deploying real world websites. All right, with that out of the way, I hope you all have access to the link and you have access to Content Stack. I will show you around the product a little bit. So some of the fundamental concepts are really important to be very clear in order to get started with this. On the left-hand side over here with Content Stack, you see multiple products. All right. The first one is the headless CMS. Each project in an headless CMS is what we call as a stack. So, anytime you want to start a new project, you first get started with creating a new stack. And you can create a new stack. You can also use something that is pre-built. We have a lot of documentation for you as well that you can explore. Apart from that, the other product that we will be using quite a bit today is the hosting product, which is Launch. And Launch over here is the hosting product. Similar to creating a stack, you have to create a launch project. Once you sign on to Explorer India, you will find that you have a stack, a CMS stack, and a launch project ready to go. This is serving as an example stack and project for you, so that you have a reference anytime you want to see how things are working. And you can also create new stacks and projects with the button over here. So the launch project is your front-end hosting platform. This is where you deploy your website. The website is connecting and getting the content from the stack that you have over here. The way it fetches content from the stack is using APIs. Now, to illustrate this entire example, I have a example website over here, which I'm going to show to you. This is the website. This is a art-based website. It has examples of a lot of modern art from the last 50 years, many different examples from many different artists. It's something that you can browse. There's roughly 440 different art pieces on exhibition on this particular website over here. And all of this content that you're seeing on this website is hosted in Content Stack as part of a stack. And the website is hosted on Launch. This is evidenced by the URL itself. So if you see something like contentstackapps.com, that is what is telling you that the website is hosted on Launch. Now, on this website, you have you can click on any one of these art pieces, and it takes you to a page which shows you the art piece itself and some information about the artist. So, for example, over here we have Frank Lobdell. The information about the artist is given down below. Over here, you see a small bio of that artist. All of this content again is from coming from Content Stack in the stack. Now, if I go back and look at how the stack exactly looks like over here. So what we have, so I'll just navigate to the stack which contains the content. All of the content is something that we have stored in Markdown. So if I go over to the stack, which is hosting the content, I can look at the entries. You can see that there's a large number of entries over here, about 471 records. Each one of these are a type of post. And if I go into the entry, you will see that there's all the content about that particular post, including the link to the image of the art piece in the Markdown format over here. So you can always make changes, hit publish, and you will be able to have the new content up and live. Now, let's talk about how you would go about hosting a website such as this one, right? If we look at the most basic example of hosting a website, say you get something like a DigitalOcean server or a AWS instance, and you end up hosting the website over there. Is that a good idea? Will that work? Is often a question that will come to your mind. Why use something like Launch over here? To illustrate that with an example, we actually have hosted a website on Launch over here, which is acting like a plain server-side rendered. Sorry. Yeah. So I'll just show you how it visually looks like. So this is an example of a website that does not have any sort of caching, something like server-side generation, or there's nothing at all, right? It's a plain website that is served from what we call as the origin server. So here's how it would typically look like. Here we are in Goa and we are accessing this website. The website would go over to launch CDN, which would be somewhere in Mumbai right now. And that would give you a geographical latency of about 30 milliseconds. That request would then go over to the launch application server, which is actually hosted in North America, right? And that's a huge geographical distance. And you can't really beat the speed of light, right? And the speed of light in this case to cover this geographical distance is roughly around 300 milliseconds. So this website, no matter how you look at it, every single page view is going to take roughly around 350 to 400 milliseconds at the minimum. There is no way to improve the performance beyond this particular level. But it doesn't stop there. We have the call going to the application server. The application server itself will take some time to build the page. And then we have the call going to the CMS, right? So the launch website has to fetch content from the CMS using delivery APIs. And that itself will take some time. So both of these servers are in North America, but even being geographically adjacent to each other, it would still take around 10 to 30 milliseconds at a minimum. If you add all of this up, and if you look at this website right now, which is a plain SSR website, I'll just inspect over here and give you a sense of the performance that we are seeing on this website. So I'll go over to the network tab and I'm going to hit refresh a few different times, okay? So this is the first time I hit refresh. You can see it took around 579 milliseconds. I'll just do that a couple more times. 447. And that took even longer, around 900 milliseconds. And you can see a typical waterfall pattern over here as well. These calls that you see, it's not just the fact that the first call that took 400 milliseconds roughly is what it takes to render the whole website. You also have to add a cascade of other calls. So on this website, you have the content, which is what you see over here as the title, and you see an image over here. This is also yet another call that is going after the first call is finished and comes to your browser, gets rendered. Another call goes from your browser, again does the entire cycle and comes back in yet another 400, 500 milliseconds. Overall, if you look at this website, it doesn't really paint a picture of a very well-performing website. It's not really what we call as snappy. There's definitely room for improvement. And with this kind of a setup, so moral of the story, if you host a website on, let's say, a AWS instance or a DigitalOcean droplet, you're never going to be able to reduce the time below this threshold. You won't get below something like 400, 300 milliseconds at a minimum if your website is hosted in a geographically distant region, which usually ends up being the case. So what is the improvement that we can do over here? This website is built on Next.js, a very popular framework from Vercel. And if we were to follow the general guideline that Next.js gives us, they advise us to do something called as SSG, static server-side generation, right? What this essentially is the act of building the pages on the server side. So when you deploy your website for the first time, it goes through what we call as a build process. Your website is built. All of the assets, all of the content is collected, and it is built in an efficient production-ready format before it is shipped to the final server, right? As part of this process, you could do something called static generation, which is building all of the pages ahead of time for the user, so that when the user finally fetches the website, it doesn't really have a lot of latency. But what is the latency that we are saving in this particular case? So let's take a look at that. I'm just going to go back to the slides. And this is Give me a second here. Yeah, this is an example of what you would get with an SSR website. Over here, we have the client, the browser, making a call as usual. It's going to the nearest point of presence in the CDN. You know that there's no caching over here, so it's going to take a round trip over here and go over to the application server. So the round trip, the geographical round trip that it needs to make is still going to be the case. So you're still going to have around 300, 330 milliseconds of latency. The latency that you're going to be saving on is this latency over here at the application server, which is around 10 milliseconds, and the round trip that it needs to make to fetch the content from the CMS, right, which is around 30 milliseconds. That is what you would be saving if you were doing SSG, right? And think about it, it's not really that much of a difference, right? Because the geographical latency, which is pretty significant, is still going to be there. But it does give you a slightly more snappy experience. So I have another example over here of the exact same web page, which is running on SSG. And again, it's hosted on Launch. Launch supports SSG. So you can actually try this out with Launch. I'll just give it the same performance test. We'll refresh this a few different times. So the first time it took around 969 milliseconds, which is pretty high. It may be because it's the first time. The second one around 821, 431. And you can see that, it's going down into the 300s now, right? There's a definite improvement that we can see over here, but it's still not really going below 300. And that's the thing. With just pure SSG, you can't really take advantage of everything that a CDN has to offer. You need something more, right? So just doing SSG is not the answer. So what do we do next? At Content Stack, we are huge advocates for web standards. And one of the most interesting web standards that we have, which has evolved alongside web development practices over the years, is cache headers, right? Caching in general. Now, caching is something that has been around since web has been around, right? For a very long time. And there's been so many different use cases that it has gone through. And all the major CDNs that you have today, they respect caching as well. They respect these cache headers as well. And so does the launch CDN. The launch CDN also respects the cache headers that you return from the code. So over here, what we have is an example. I'll go back to the slides to give you an example over here of an SSR, a server-side rendered website. Okay, now we are essentially not using SSG anymore. There's no server-side generation that is happening anymore. We have just stopped using SSG, and we are going back to the old SSR with just one difference. The difference is we are adding cache headers. So just take a look at the difference that it is making, right? The user, the client over here, gets to connect with a point of presence which is very near to it. And the point of presence has already made a call to the application server for the first time. Subsequently, because of the right caching headers in place, it is able to make a copy of the website at its local, which means that your subsequent requests do not have to go through the entire cycle again. So it does not have to go to the application. The application doesn't have to go to the delivery API. All of that does not need to happen. The content is served directly from the point of presence, which is over here. You can see it takes around 30 milliseconds on average. I have an example of this over here as well. So we have this website which is using the plain old server-side rendering with cache headers. All right. We'll do a inspect and give it the old performance test again. So you can see that the first time it is giving a much more improved result, right? 100 milliseconds, which is something that we have not really seen before. I'll do this a few other times, 94 milliseconds. It's a bit higher this time. So you can see that the range in general is pretty low. It's coming in the hundreds, which is something, and also even below 100, which is something that we have never seen before. This is the magic of cache headers and CDN. And this is the kind of performance that you can expect if you have a good CDN, which allows you to cache your website properly. Now, there's something to contrast over here with the server-side generation as well. If you think about the server-side generation, we have around 400, 450 pages over here. With server-side generation, we would have to generate these pages one by one. And that's what we did with the previous example. If you have a lot of pages, we frequently at Content Stack, we see customers who have thousands of pages, sometimes tens of thousands of pages. And if you had to build all of that with SSG, that's going to take a very, very long time, right? And that's one of the downsides of using SSG as well. So you're spending all of that time doing any builds, any changes, and that's going to take a lot of time, right? There's another downside with SSG, and that's what happens if you change the content, right? So over here, we have this content over here, and this is the SSG website, right? I'm just going to go back to my entry. I'll search for this particular entry over here. All right. And I'm going to make a change. All right. So let's say, the name, these are not capitalized. So I'm just going to make them capitalized. And I'm going to publish this content. Now I'm going to go back to the website and I'm going to refresh the website. What do you think? Will the latest content appear over here? You can see that it did not, right? If I go back to my SSR website and I refresh the same page, it's pretty slow, the SSR website, but the advantage is that it is able to come up with the updated content, right? So you see, this is yet another downside of using SSG, server-side generation, where all of your pages are already pre-built during the deployment phase. And so what you end up with is a website that is already built with no way to revalidate the content after you change the content. Now, Next.js and Vercel actually ship with a solution for this. The solution that they call is ISR, incremental static regeneration. I'm sorry to be dumping all these 3-letter acronyms on you, but that's just how it goes with web development in 2024, right? So what is incremental static regeneration? Shortly put, incremental static regeneration refers to the ability to regenerate your page once the content has changed, right? So once your content has changed, you have already generated the page once during the build phase. And now after the content has changed, you're regenerating the page with the new content. Now, this is a proprietary capability. Next.js kind of advertises this as something that you get out of the box with the framework. But the fact of the matter is that your hosting platform has to support it. So if you use something like, let's say, Netlify, which is another partner of ours, if you use something like AWS Amplify, or even if you use a regular DigitalOcean, or you try to host Next.js yourself, you will not have access to ISR, which basically means that you're cut off from any ability to regenerate content in your build page, right? So even though the feature is advertised as a Next.js feature, the fact of the matter is that that feature really only works very well on Vercel, who are the creators of Next.js. So is there an alternative? Well, we already looked at an alternative over here, which is having server-side rendering with cache headers, right? So can this work? Does this show me the latest content? Let's just do a refresh and see what happens on this page. You can see that this actually got updated. And I'm going to update this once more just to ensure that this is happening. I'm just going to say something like, let's say, hello from React India. And I'm going to publish this. All right. I'll go back to the SSR website because that's, I mean, this definitely has to work on SSR, right? Yeah, you can see that. I'll go back to SSG. I'll refresh SSG. And it's still on, version number 1. It's never really changed after that. Now I'll go to our demo where we have server-side rendering with cache headers. And this is actually giving me the updated content. So how is this working? So because this particular page is hosted on launch and launch has a CDN and the page is cached on the CDN, you have the ability of revalidating that cache. So launch ships out of the box with a tool that allows you to revalidate the cache. We have a CLI that allows you to do it. You can also set up webhooks, and Content Stack goes a step further and also ships with a tool called as Automate. This is really nifty. Now, Automate is something that is very similar to tools like Zapier or if this, then that. If you have used those kinds of tools, it's an automation tool. Essentially, you provide a source action and then a destination action. So if there's an event that comes in, like let's say a web hook gets triggered or something, you can do something with that event. You can take another action. And this tool is built right into Content Stack, which means that all of the products within Content Stack, you are easily able to exchange events and do things between these products. So what have we done over here with this tool, right? I'll just show you quickly what we have done over here. I'll go into Automate. And in Automate, you can see that I have an action or an automation over here called revalidate on publish. And what that does is it takes an event from the CMS. So every time an entry gets published on the CMS, it takes in that event. And then there is an out-of-the-box action for launch, which allows you to revalidate the CDN cache. And you can see what I've done with this. I've essentially revalidated just that particular page. I have not revalidated any other page, which means that this is a very specific action, right? And very, very efficient. It's not like it's revalidating the entire website, which is what happens when you deploy the website again with code changes, for example. But it's revalidating exactly that particular post that got published. And all other posts are not touched at all. This is really efficient and gives us a neat way of revalidating code anytime the content is changed. And we don't really need any sort of proprietary mechanism over here. The best part is that if you architect your code in this way, where you have a server-side rendered website and it returns cache headers for the CDN to understand and cache it in the right way, that can actually work across different vendors. So this is a technique that will work on launch. It will work on Vercel. It will work on Netlify. It will work on any hosting platform that you have today. Even if you self-assemble a hosting platform by, let's say, using AWS EC2 containers, and then you put CloudFront, which is AWS's own CDN in front of it, it will work very well even with that kind of a setup. So this is a truly universal way of building your website and making it free of vendor lock-in, right? Who wants to be logged into a particular vendor? What if you don't really like your hosting platform? Uh, I mean, we've put in a lot of effort over here with building Launch, and we are sure that you would really like this product. But what if you want to move away from Launch after a few months or a years? You should be able to do that. If you go with something like SSG or ISR, it becomes really difficult. You are kind of locked into Vercel because there's really no other hosting platform that allows you to move away without losing functionality. But this is where you need to be smart or smarter and develop your app in a way that allows you to be vendor free of vendor lock-ins, right? Now, if you have been with me so far, you must have noticed a flaw in the architecture that we have had so far. All right. We talked about this concept of having a server-side rendered website with caching headers. And this is looking pretty great, but there's still one problem. The first call that you need to make to any particular page, that is going to take some time, right? Because that has to go through this entire cycle that you see over here. The client makes a call to the nearest point of presence. The point of presence makes a call to this actual origin server in North America, which again makes a call to the delivery API. This has to happen at least once. If you have a large website, such as the one that we have been looking at so far, with many hundreds, maybe even thousands of pages, it is possible that your users will encounter pages for the first time, and that is not cached, which means that you will end up with what we call as martyr users, right? So the first user who lands upon a page after a deployment is going to get a relatively slower experience. So what do you do about that? And that sounds like a very big flaw with the architecture that we have been looking at so far as the North Star architecture, right? Now, Launch has come up with a new feature over here called as cache priming. And this is a feature that also allows you to avoid martyr users. And how does it do that? So let's take a look at the slides again and look at how that works. So this is how we avoid it. We talked about Launch websites having a deployment phase. So anytime you change code, let's say, right, and you push your code, automatically your new code, let's say for your Next.js website, is going to get rebuilt and then redeployed once that build is over. We have a feature called as cache priming, which kicks in during this build process. After your new code is built, it is going to essentially comb through all of your pages and cache that on the CDN, which means that after your deployment and once you have the cache priming feature enabled, you won't have martyr users at all because the deployment process has kind of done the martyr activity already, right? It's gone through every one of your pages. It's essentially pinged your page or rendered your page ahead of time so that your users don't have to do it for you, right? And this is pretty amazing because this happens before the deployment goes live, right? So your new website is not yet live, but your cache is already on the CDN. This is essentially what it means. And we see an example of that over here. In fact, I'm just going to go to the home page of this website There's links to several other pages over here. And if I click on any page, you can see how quickly it is rendering those pages. This is the kind of experience that you don't really get to see, where the pages are rendering so quickly out of the box. There's no martyr users at all. I can click on any art piece over here and it opens up very, very quickly, right? And we will also take a look at launch and see how that exactly looks like. So my default environment over here. So I've set up this website with several environments. We went through each one in turn. So we went through the plain server-side rendered environment. We went through an environment which had the plain SSR, but with the added cache headers. And we also saw one with just the server-side generation enabled. This one has the SSR with cache headers, but also has cache priming. And if we look at the logs over here, we have the configuration for cache priming checked in to your code. This really allows you to do, code-based infrastructure, right? And in this particular file, I have added 853 URLs. I'll just talk about what the extra URLs are. We have around 400, 450, 470 pages, but there's more URLs over here in this file. But I've added all of these URLs for cache priming. And you can see that before the site is live, my cache priming is complete and those 853 URLs have been successfully cached. So this is really the magic, or a really amazing feature that we have built. This feature is actually not even live yet. You won't find any documentation for this. This is something that we are showing for the first time in React India itself, but it gives you a taste for the things to come. And this is going to be live next month itself. This is something that you will be able to use. Now, this cache priming, I'm just going to stop sharing and share my code as well over here. So I hope you can see the code now. This is how the launch.json file, which is our configuration file, which I checked into the code, looks like. It has a set of 853 URLs. Now, a lot of these are posts, right? So all of these posts, when you open them, once they are cache primed, it's going to be pretty quick. But if you have noticed something, it's not just the posts. I'm just going to scroll down. I've also primed the images over here, right? Why have I primed the images? If you see in those pages, the images are one of the major components, right? It's occupying the major real estate. Even if you have a very snappy, quickly loading page, it doesn't really matter until that image also gets loaded. And I'm just going to stop sharing over here and go back to sharing. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Hope you can see this now. So if we look at the website, and we saw how quickly the pages switch over here, right? But also the images switch really quickly. What cache priming is allowing you to do is not just prime your pages, it is also allowing you to prime your images. And nowadays for our websites, it's not just text, obviously, right? You may have images, you may have videos, all sorts of different kind of media. Cache priming is completely agnostic of what kind of resource it is. You can add your images, you can add your videos. It's going to prime all of that ahead of time, and it is going to make that experience for you even better. So it's going to actually go a step beyond just static site generation, where the basic site gets generated. It's also priming and making available the assets for you on your points of presence on the CDN, which is why the website looks so much snappy right now with all of this enabled. So that's really what we had for today. I hope if we think about all the pain points that Tejas talked about, right? We had performance as a pain point. We went through many different steps over here to resolve those performance bottlenecks. We had complexity as an issue, and you can see how we can avoid, the attack of the 3-letter acronym on us by using web standards and building upon it to make something that is really performant, while at the same time remaining a web standard and really simple. We took a look at security being one of the major issues. And if you have your website or web app hosted on launch, you don't really have to worry about it at all, because we ship with a CDN that has a built-in firewall. It has a built-in DDoS protection mechanism. That's again one of the things that you, as engineers, we have to contend with nowadays. And you can actually ship your websites and web apps worry-free with a platform like Launch. But even if you're not using Launch, I hope that with all that we have seen today, you're able to take a better decision, right? Instead of just finding some hosting vendor and hosting your website or web app on there, you can now make the right decisions to architect your web apps in a certain way that allows it to be vendor neutral, right? Vendor agnostic, and not really tied to one particular hosting platform, while at the same time remaining really performant. So that's what we had for you today. Thank you very much. I'm going to show on the screen some links over here, both for me and Tejas. You can connect with us on LinkedIn. And I hope you were able to create the Content Stack account as well. That will allow you to explore everything that we have seen so far, and you will be able to understand how all of these things work. Everything that we saw today, you can do all of that. It's all included as part of the Explorer India plan that we have. You have access to Stacks, you have access to Launch, which is the hosting platform. You have access to Automate, which is our automation tool. And you can effectively replicate all of this. If you are an attendee at React India, then we would love to meet you in the booth as well. We can discuss more over there as well. We would love to show you a few other demos of the interesting things that we've been building at Content Stack. Thank you.
React India. React. React. React India. React India. React India. React.